Okay, I know we've got 25 minutes, but bear with me. I have a plan. Don't worry about this. I've got a plan. You're going to be surprised with this. You're going to be impressed. You might even be scared. I have faith in me. You guys ready? First of all, hello. You weren't expecting that, were you? Second, what if I were to just menacingly walk toward the camera the entire time? Oh yeah. Didn't expect this, did you? That's what you get when you come to this stream. You get the unexpected. No one knows what's going to happen with this. This is the stream you've all been waiting for. I'm just going to walk at you. That's what I'm going to do. Menacingly. You might not be aware of this, but very slowly I'm actually creeping closer to the screen the entire time. In about 3 or 4 hours, I'll be in your room. It's like the bit from The Ring, but just really, really slow. That's what it is. Not like a creepy girl crawling out the screen. It's just me. I'm just going to walk in, refer this to the other angle. That's the plan. Now, here's what's going to happen today. First of all, got a drink, because I'm walking on my walking treadmill slowly toward you. I, as you may not know, some of you may know, I like Magic the Gathering. And I mean, like, I like it a lot. So, Wizards of the Coast have reached out to me and said, "Hey Josh, this is Aetherdrift, the new set that's coming out. Would you please teach people how to build an Aetherdrift pre-release deck? Because some of you might be going to your first pre-release, either yesterday, in which case this information will not be too relevant, or I've just realized the DVD logo's on the screen still. I'm not moving that, that's staying there. Some of you may be going to your first Magic the Gathering Aetherdrift pre-release event, and you might be thinking, Josh, how do I build a pre-release deck? But don't you worry. I'm going to tell you. I'm going to talk you through it. I did start early today. I'll tell you why. Because I've got some weights next to me as well. See? Just here. And that's because the most important part of any Magic the Gathering pre-release event is the pump. If you're not getting the pump before you turn up at the pre-release event, what are you even doing? Do you even want to win? When you turn up to a Magic the Gathering pre-release event, your muscles best be bulging. If you're not getting the pump, you are not taking this seriously. Step 1. Get to the pump. Which is a bodybuilding term that basically means when you've worked out and your muscles are starting to slowly fill with blood. Makes them look bigger, makes them look hench. When you walk on stage and you're like, yeah! You're actually at your weakest because you're physically out of energy entirely, but you look good, which is the important thing. So, effectively what I'm doing here is kind of a weird CrossFit Magic the Gathering hybrid. That's what we're going to do. You pumped too hard last night. We've all been there. But no, with these weights, I can manage more than 2 or 3 pumps. So that's the best thing about this. You can just last so much longer. It's really good. Don't worry, pre-release is going to be great. What did you arrive to? You arrived to the setup for learning how to build your Magic the Gathering Aetherdrift pre-release deck. Now, what I like about this kind of job is when Wizards of the Coast contact me and say, "Hey Josh, could you do an advert for Magic the Gathering?" They're never quite sure what they're going to get. They don't know what I'm going to go. They're not quite sure with the angle that I'm going to go at. If I were to approach them and say, "Hey, can I wear a GamerSub shirt because GamerSub sponsor me?" They'd say, "Absolutely not, Josh. We're paying for the stream. You can't do that." Wild card, baby. They can't stop it. I mean, legally they probably can, to be fair. If you are from Wizards of the Coast's legal division and you're watching this, I'd appreciate you not being mad at me for wearing this shirt. Have I heard the latest Path of Exile news? Communities in shambles. Let me explain something about the community with any video game being in shambles. All news has a time limit. In America, it's a 24-hour news cycle. In the video game world, it tends to be about 3 to 4 months. The community won't be in shambles. What will happen is the extremely hardcore enfranchised players who do nothing else other than play the game will be incredibly upset because they have no content to sustain them because they consume it faster than it's being made. The casual players, or the normal people will say, oh, that's a shame, I'll go and do something else until that game is ready to play again. Then they'll come back when it's ready again. The community is not in shambles. People are just annoyed that Path of Exile 1 is taking longer than it was expected to have an update, and fully understandable because Path of Exile 2 was an absolute worldwide runaway success where they needed to reallocate any kind of resources to it. No, I don't subscribe. I'm sorry, you're not wrong, but I don't subscribe to any of the extreme drama simply because extreme drama changes week to week, and we're expected to believe that everything is the most extreme drama, when it just isn't. It will massively affect people who are hugely, deeply, strongly entrenched within the fandom, and the casual enjoyers of the game will just go and do something else for a bit. Ever wondered why all of the people that try and peddle drama at you always make it out to be the most important thing right now? That's why I find drama hypocritical. I find drama extremely hypocritical because everything is the most important thing right now, and as soon as it's moved on from and forgotten about, it's completely irrelevant. People want to be angry all the time. They want to exist at the highest temperature. They want to live on that knife edge of being angry all the time. When the vast reality is, if you actually paid as much attention to literally everything as everything wants you to pay to it, you would have no attention span left. You would be burnt out. You would go insane. And I'm sure many of you have probably felt something like that before. It's exhausting. So I am fully aware of what's happening with Path of Exile. It is taking longer to produce 3.26, I believe, for Path of Exile 1, simply because PoE 2 has demanded more resources. And seeing as it is an incredible success, I can get why, from a business point of view, they have reallocated those resources. But people have been messaging me saying, Path of Exile 1's going to die! No, it's not. No, it's not. It's going to take a bit of a hiatus. It's going to chill out for a bit. It's going to relax. We're going to pull the arrow back in order to fire it forward more. People really need to step back every now and again and say, right, in the grand scheme of things, what's going on? This angle looks very wrong. I can make it worse. I can make it a lot worse. For anyone unsure, I bought a standing desk, so I'm very slowly approaching your location. I'm going to teach you in this stream exactly how to build a Magic the Gathering Aetherdrift pre-release deck. We're going to open this. We're going to open a load of Magic packs as well. We're going to see what rare cards we get, if any. Rare or mythics. There are a couple that I'm excited to try and get. I opened a collector's pack yesterday. Very nice stuff. And then I'm going to talk you through the actual theory of building a Magic the Gathering deck. Tough Toes, good evening to you. Welcome to the stream. What's up? So, is anyone a menacing... I'm slowly approaching your location. This is basically like a more kind of gamified version of The Ring. You know when you watch the video in The Ring, 7 days later a girl appears in your room and kills you? Well, you watch this, 7 days later I appear in your room, we play Magic the Gathering. Just how it works. I don't make the rules. Step 1. I'm just strolling menacingly. Step 1 of any Magic the Gathering event. If you've been to an event before, you will know this. Step 1 is to get the pump. The pump, I've explained before, the workout bodybuilding term, happens when your muscles effectively fill with blood. You turn up to a Magic the Gathering event and you don't have the pump going on. You even want to win. Oh, Josh, don't threaten me with a good time. I will. I will. The pump is very important for Magic the Gathering. You turn up. How else are you about to draw the cards off the top of your deck? How are you meant to understand what speed is? What is happening? Look, this is where Magic the Gathering is going. This is where content's going. I'm sorry, it was only Fangs or this, and I have made my choice. I believe this is better for my mental health in the long term, and it's definitely better for content variety. I mean, what do you expect me to do? I'm out of mana. Forward to seeing that on live stream fail in about 2 days. I'm creating a new genre of content. Look, I went to a performing arts university. If I don't put my degree to use every now and again by creating something very out there, am I a full-time content creator? Somehow, yes. I think it's because every time someone said, you should do this, I went, no. What size shirt is that? Extra, extra, extra small, obviously. You are lucky that I haven't done the one trick that we get taught to do. Let me show you a trick, all right? A special trick right now. How about this? I like how there's an automatic cutoff on the actual menu. That's really cool. This is a clamp. This t-shirt. Pull it around the back. Grab your clamp. Flip it on. There we go. You look even hencher. My mic keeps cutting out. Don't worry, it'll be fine. We're okay now. Apply the clamp to the nipples. That comes later. You know, that comes later if you're very lucky. It will happen before. But, take that off. Let the t-shirt drift a little bit. Keep it all loosey-goosey. You know, you need some room to breathe. That's what we're doing. That's what's going on. This is rather imposing. I'm just walking there. The wristband, thank you, the wristbands. So I'll explain why we wear the wristbands. Back in high school, obviously I went to an English high school, a British high school, and you have to understand that the humor and the insults of the kind of mid-90s to early 2000s, very different to the kind of insults and humor we have nowadays. And what we all knew, what every British schoolboy knew, was if you had small wrists, you were gay. Now, you have to understand that in a British high school in the kind of late 90s to early 2000s, that is literally the worst thing in the entire world that could happen to you. So, what everyone did, they wore wristbands, because this makes your wrists look thicker. So what this was the way of telling the world, hey, I'm not gay, I'm just insecure. That's what we did. That's what we did back in the late 90s to early 2000s. I'm getting quite into this walking pad, actually. I think about varying the ways I walk. I could lunge. I mean, you can't see the legs. You've got to trust me that I'm lunging while I don't even want to build the Aetherdrift deck anymore. I just want to do this. So, this is the plan. Yeah, you had Gothic symbols on them. I had the Rasmus on mine. I will die on this hill. The Rasmus were a great band. You've been inspired by this, time to use the exercise bike while watching. If you have got any exercise equipment, a gym, an exercise bike, a rack, anything, do these things while you're watching this stream. 1, take the clothes that are drying on it off it. I know they're there. I know you've put them there. I know you bought an exercise bike with the best intentions. A couple of months later, became a drying rack. Stop it. You paid money for that. You don't hang clothes on it. You put your clothes in the wardrobe, you get the exercise bike out. Take everything that's in your home gym, take it off it. We're going to use it again. That's what we're going to do. Calling all of you out. Step 2, grab some weights. I don't care if they're actual weights. They could be anything. I started off with just cans of beans. Literally, just cans of beans. Right now, all I've got, like 4 kilogram weights. What we then do, this. Rowing machine is now a cat tower. You're more interested in the DVD logo than the stream. Look, I know my audience. I might even leave the DVD logo on while I'm building the Magic the Gathering deck. This is all we need. 800 people find this entertaining. Why? I don't know. I'm not sure at all. How's everyone doing today? Your exercise bike is in the shed. No. This is what we're doing. You have no idea about Magic the Gathering. Should you be watching? Yes, you should. Exactly what we're doing today. I'm going to teach you how to build a pre-release deck if you go to a Magic the Gathering pre-release event. Now, what I really wanted was to actually have 2 webcams going on at the same time. One close up on the cards and one far away so you can actually see what the room looks like at the same time. But turns out my PC only has one USB root hub. And in order to run 2 USB webcams, which I have, I've got the Elgato, you need multiple root hubs on your computer. So, I will be upgrading my PC to allow myself to do that. Here's the plan for the stream. Here's what we're doing in about 10 minutes. We've got an absolute load of Magic the Gathering Aetherdrift packs. Looking forward to opening those. And we've then got an Aetherdrift pre-release box, which is exactly what you will be given if you go to an Aetherdrift pre-release. I'm going to talk you through. Nice excuse to get a 5090. Cannot get them for love nor money. Believe me, I tried. I'm running the 3090. You know, remember on stream when I was playing Path of Exile 2, and as a bit of a joke, what I then did was I reduced the graphics to the minimum window size, and I reduced it to 600 by like 1000 pixels. As a bit of a, you know, kind of retro game joke. I'm still playing on that resolution. I'm really genuinely... DVD logo hit the corner. I'm really genuinely enjoying that lower resolution. In fact, I was even contacted recently by a company called Argonaut Games. You guys may have heard of those before. They are remastering one of my favorite old school childhood games, a game called Croc. So, they sent me a code a few days ago. I have got a Croc remaster code. I'll be playing that through on stream, possibly next week. Can we review the clip of the corner now? We'll check it later. They're remastering Croc. Goddamn right they are. Yeah, so it was just cool. I got a message on, I'm never going to call it X, but a message on Twitter from them saying, hey Josh, we saw your old Croc review from a couple of years ago. We're remastering the game. Do you want a code to play it? And I replied saying, look guys, I'm absolutely flattered, but I can't guarantee that I'm going to find any time to make a video or to play it on stream. I've got a lot of other stuff I'm trying to do. And they went, yep, no problem at all. Here's the code. No pressure. Whatever you want. Take time. We don't want content. Just enjoy the game. I thought fair play. So I'll give it a go sometime. Why is my mic going mute every time I stop talking? Probably because I've got the walking pad running at the same time. And I've got a bit of a noise gate thing going on, so I don't want the microphone to be picking up the gentle hum of the walking pad, which is why I wait for my sentence to fully form in my head before I start talking so the microphone doesn't cut off. But what I can do is go into the filters on this and change the noise gate so it's slightly... There we go. Noise gate is very handy. How's the walking pad going? Actually pretty good. I have cut my calories down. I've increased the steps that I'm doing. I am gaining a lot of cardio. I walked on it for about 8 hours yesterday while I was editing the rough cut of the Dino Crisis 2 video, which I think is going to be a good video. If I turn the noise gate off on the microphone, let's just see what happens. So the noise gate's now entirely off, but you can probably hear the hum of the walking pad in the background. Nothing changed, it's totally fine. Oh, it's fine. Right. Fuck me then. All right. I spent so much time trying to find... I was like, oh God, I've got to get the audio right. I'm a professional streamer. I've got to do this. Turns out, no, I don't need to do anything at all. Like, all the effort I put into the stream is wasted. Sometimes people come to the stream and they're like, Josh, why are your streams so low effort? And I'm like, I've tried. I've put so much time and effort and no one cares. No one notices. Irrelevant. Waste of... If anything, the most impressive thing I did to the stream was spend time cutting out the MSN Messenger window and sticking it on the stream. None of you are watching this, are they? Some of you don't even know what I look like. Like I'm on the stream, you don't care. You just sat there playing RuneScape. What I appreciate is there's probably at least one person who is sat playing RuneScape who thinks that I personally called them out. I did. Get back to woodcutting. Can you imagine if they were woodcutting? That'd be amazing. Oh, that'd be brilliant. Albion Online, same thing. Basically the same thing. I mean, I'm on your second monitor. I know that. I'm not primary monitor content. I never will be. I never was. I'm just kind of sat here. You're slaying, actually. Yes, you are, Nigel. That look suits you. You go, girl. MySpace when? Well, I mean, Tom is my friend on MySpace. So as soon as he replies to my messages. I'm on the main monitor. My God, I'm going up in the world. I'm on an inactive tab. You only know that I'm talking because the little audio icon appears on the tab. That's the only way. It's the only way you know how. ASMR bathroom streams. Thanks. I thought I'd try and, corner that niche. It's a very specific niche, but my God, I've cornered it. Now, a couple of you may have noticed that the new Magic the Gathering content creator, Kadikarus, who has got heavily into Magic the Gathering, has been filming some Learn to Play episodes with Chad Magic, who are great, obviously, and they put a video out called Learn to Play Magic with Kadikarus. Great video. Only problem is you can't learn to play Magic with Kadikarus. You would actively get worse if you tried. I love him, don't get me wrong. The noise gate is filtering your breathing if you care. That would have been way better to know, see? I had some shoulder shrugs at the same time. Oh, this is brilliant. So much stuff to do. You got me looking at walking pads. Before I make a decision, what is yours? It is the Walking Pad A1 Pro, and it's fine, to be fair. Pumping iron with Arnold Hayes. I've seen Arnold in real life. I went to the Arnold's, which is the bodybuilding event in Birmingham. He walked out onto the stage, and the guy is still huge, absolutely huge. Ridiculously jacked. One of the most impressive bodybuilders of all time. Did I fix the 2 hours limit? Turns out it's just an overheating limit. So what I did was I bought a pad, a small kind of soft pad that it sits on now. Good seeing me live. Thank you very much. It's nice to be back performing live. I enjoy it. Oh, there we go. The noise gate was definitely cancelling out some of the breathing, wasn't it? Let's just get the... Let's go to the noise gate. And then let's just default that. Okay, noise gate's back on the default now, so it should cut out the breathing. Beautiful stuff. Oh yeah, this is the year of gains, without a doubt. This is the year where we get hench, we get healthy, we get big. First live since Mass Effect 2 or 1. No more ASMR for the breathing. You missed it. No. No. You can't have the breathing. Not allowed. You don't get that. Some of you are probably just wanting that. That'll go on the tier 3 subscription. That's what that'll go on. The squeaky steps disappears. Fine. Okay, fine. You know what? We'll do a vote. We'll do a poll. We'll do a poll about how much you really, really want the noise gate on. Breathing sounds. Yay or nay? You have 1 minute to vote right now on breathing sounds, yay or nay. 50-50, we get the clamp back. It's always ready. Always ready. If we get 50-50 exactly, I'd be impressed. Okay, you just hang around this stream. It's a thing. For some reason, it is a thing. If we 50-50, I get a rowing machine desk. You 50-50, I get a hot tub. 50-50, I'll just... What's in the room that's useful? I'll just walk menacingly for the next 10 minutes. I am slowly just approaching the desk as well. I've realized that I'm walking a tad faster than the machine is going. I don't think you'll be able to. Oh, God damn it. I just opened the result of the poll. The results so far. Some of you are just waiting for the last second. That's what you're doing. Hold it. No, don't. Don't hold it. I can see. Right now, it's 88 to the nay. 87 to the yay. I won't vote. I don't vote. I don't want to mess this up. Ha! Breathing sound. If one person who voted yay had voted nay, would have switched it. Would have cinched it. Pulled it to the side. But you know what that means? What that means is you get the breathing sounds back. Noise gates off, gains on. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Ooh. You happy now? Is that what you wanted? Is that what you needed? Should I let Magic the Gathering know this is what they're getting? Shall I contact the Wizard of the Coast and be like, yo, I know you said that you wanted to sponsor a stream where I teach people how to play Magic the Gathering, but let me throw some ideas your way, Padre. They're definitely getting their money's worth. And be like, hey, look, I appreciate the fact that you sent me a load of packs that I don't even need to open. Might save those when I draft with some friends. And a pre-release pack, which is what we are going to open, and I'll talk you through building an actual pre-release deck. Now, I need you to understand that when I do that, I'm going to need to angle the camera down to see the desk. This does mean you might not get as much face as you're expecting. There might be a tad more crotch going on. But I'm going to step backwards. I've got my chair over there. I'm going to put the shirt on, put the waistcoat on, so you all know kind of what's going on. You all understand. And then we're going to build a Magic the Gathering desk. You know, I'll message my contact right now. Check me out. I'll message my contact. Yes, the Wizard of the Coast. Yes, I don't know if you know this, but I actually know Mr. Gathering. His first name is Magic. I'm going to let him know that that's what's going on. So if you could all not laugh at my phone case, I'd also appreciate that. There was a thing a few days ago where everyone started laughing at my phone case because it's just... This is not an old man phone case. This is a tactical case that holds all of my important cards. And by that, I mean my Costco membership card. That's pretty much it. It's very... Did I get a standing desk? I did, actually. It can go higher than this. You want to say go higher? Ready? Ready? That's what I'm talking about. Oh, we're playing with power now. But yes, I did. Did get a standing desk. Got a little button next to it. So I may go higher, may go lower. It's beautiful. I know. I gave you uppies as the audience. That's what you just got. Your mum has a similar thing. I don't like this. This is not good energy. I mean, when someone said, Josh, you're entering your DILF arc, I mean, I'm going grey. Like, there's some hair on my chin just there that's like straight up white. It's not even grey. It is just silver. I've got grey hairs, don't get me wrong. I'm thankful to still have my hair, but it is going grey. It's going silver. That's the thing. I'm going into my silver fox phase. That's what we're doing. Whew, it's warm in this room. Right, let me just check up with my Magic the Gathering contact to make sure that they are okay with this stream. Because if they come back and they're like, Josh, we got to talk. This is not the energy that I thought you'd be bringing to this stream. All right, where are they? They're on my Discord somewhere. I could do this on my PC, but I'm not going to. I'm going to do it here. I'm going to scroll down until I find out where they are. There they are. Nope, no, still not them. Give me time. You got to bear with me. I'm old now, guys. You got to bear with me. I'm old. I'm past it. I'm very close to falling off. Let me find where they are and then give them a message. You're sold. Take the money. Why have I never seen any wizards on any coasts? They're all too busy making Magic the Gathering cards. Do I have a link for anything for today's stream? Inju, that is a really good question. Thank you for being the only person who's paying any attention to the business side of this. Yes, I do. I should probably have said that at the start, shouldn't I? Because then you can actually spam it. There's the link. That will take you to the... Inju is the only mod that is holding this stream together. Like, whenever businesses contact me and they're like, hey, Josh, could you maybe put a link, an advert to our product in your stream? And I'm replying back, ho, maybe. Let's see if Inju's around. Because if they're not, I am not remembering to do that. But in all seriousness, yes. That is the link. You can go to Magic the Gathering, the Aetherdrift. Hang on, DVD logo? Oh, so close. It was so close. No, I'm bad at business. That's what it is. First stream ever, Juicy Fruit. Oh my god, welcome. Well, this is pretty much what you get. I'm creating a new type of stream. It's just general walk-in stream. Your camera's in Godzilla mode. No, I'm just that tall. That's how it is. I'm just slowly lunging forward, burning the calories as we go. Anyway, I was sending a message. Stop distracting me. We were sending messages. Who was I messaging? Who was being messaged by this? Let me see if I can remember this. Someone was being messaged to check that they were all okay with me doing this. I think... Yeah, that'll do. That'll do. Give me a sec. If you're able to hop in the stream, I'd appreciate feedback on how professional this is. Thank you. Beautiful. There we go. That's all I needed. If you're able to hop on my stream quickly, I'd appreciate feedback on how professional this looks. Thanks. What if they disapprove? We just keep on going. All right? It's easier to get forgiveness than it is to get permission. If they turn around and say, Josh, that's not what we want, I'd say, look, all right? That train has sailed. There's no brakes here. We're going to keep going. We're going to build a magic deck. That is for the lawyers to figure out after the stream. Right now, we're in my world. We're in the world of entertainment. That's what we're doing. No brakes on the party train, especially when there's Magic the Gathering. Magic to be gathered. I cannot take credit for that train has sailed. That is a joke from the first Austin Powers film. Sorry. Love this world. You're very entertained. Apparently 1,000 people are. So, whenever I try and explain my job to people, you can understand why it's difficult to explain this. They're like, so what do you do? I'm like, well, it's just... You ever walk to the camera? And they're like, no. And I'm there sat thinking, well, this is going to be much harder to explain without that context, because, I mean, even if you had the context, it's not the easiest to deal with. What if I start building the Magic the Gathering deck when the DVD logo hits the corner? That's what it is. Until that happens, we don't do anything Magic related at all. That's it. That's the new thing. Oh, okay, cool. Shit, hit the corner right now. That was the universe being like, Josh, do your job. Do your job. Build a deck. And then it straight away did it. All right, cool. Can I also point out that whenever I put the DVD logo up there, I've had people come into the stream genuinely and say, what is the DVD logo? There are some people who genuinely don't know what that logo is. There are some people that don't know that the save icon is a floppy disk. How? Because there are people born today, people who have graduated university who are younger than World of Warcraft. There are people, adults today, who are younger than Halo. You could grab an 18-year-old off the street. Don't, it's illegal, but you could, and you could look at them and you could say Master Chief has existed longer than you've been alive. I'm sorry. I am sorry to be the one to bring this to you. But unfortunately, we are old now. You came here for Magic and you're getting punched in the old. I am sorry. 20 years ago. You know how long 20 years ago was? You know what year it was 20 years ago? 2022. I know. The pandemic took it out of all of us. 1 year lasted like 18 years. It's insane. You remember VHS? Some of you come here to be entertained, and some of you come here just to be sad. Like, that's the dichotomy of man right there. People are like, so what do you get from a JoshStrifeHayes stream? Oh, what don't you get? What don't you? Magic, that's what you don't get, apparently. VHS was like 2017. Do you guys want to know something creepy? I actually did the maths on this. DVD is now older than VHS was when DVD came out. Yeah, I'm sorry. I am sorry. But, yeah, that's true. That's a thing. There are people born now. The Matrix came out in 1999. There are people who are like... There are people in positions of power, in government, in business, in education, in transport, in finance. There are people who are likely your bosses or your supervisors who are literally younger than the Matrix. They have been born into a world that has always known Neo. It wasn't a thing, it wasn't an event for them, it wasn't a thing. It just was. That's just how the world is. You know how when we were born and things had just happened before we existed, and we accepted them as the past, and then we lived through events that became our lives? Those events are somebody else's past. Right, are we all suitably existentially dreading the next couple of weeks, years, months? Because this stream is a roller coaster. I've got to control the energy. I can't get too high, I can't get too low. Right, step one for building a Magic the Gathering deck, as I've explained. The pump. The pump is the situation you put yourself in when you lift weights and then go to the gym. Blood floods into your muscles, making you look bigger. If you turn up to a Magic the Gathering pre-release and you don't have the pump going on, you are not taking this seriously enough. What treadmill do I have? It is the Walking Pad A1 Pro. It's good. You were 20 when the Matrix released. Yeah, I know. Sorry. This stream is a roller coaster. It really is. We've got to pump it up. We've got to keep going. Here we go. Don't see any veins yet. You've got to go harder. Man, if I had a pound every time she said that. Muscle the Gathering. A wise man once did say, pump up the jam. Pump it up. It's true. See, I listen to many old philosophers. I think Keating's et al. Was my favourite philosopher. And he famously said, life is a roller coaster. Just gotta ride it. Very wise man, that man right there. Calvin Harris has no love for me, though, because I was not born in the 80s. DVD logo got close. You guys want to know how old I feel sometimes whenever I'm hanging around conventions? I was at the MegaCon convention in London a couple of days ago, and someone said... someone was like on the phone. I was walking past them, and they were explaining that they were going to go meet their mate, and they were walking up the stairwell at the time, and they just said, "Don't worry, I'm coming up." And my brain went, "So you better get this party started," because the phrase "I'm coming up, so you better get this party started" is a Pink song. I then had to look up when that song released. Because I think that song is older than most people were at MegaCon. How old am I, Josh? I'm 34. Sorry. Don't burst any bubbles there. Yeah. 34 years old. Have you... Let me ask you a question, genuinely. You're not old. Thank God he's older than me. Have you ever been standing... It sometimes happens to me in like a pub. I'm not exactly in pubs often, but have you ever been standing next to someone and you've looked at them and you thought they look like an adult? You know, they've got the lines going on, they've got the wisdom, they've got the age, they've got the experience, they've got the power. They look like they should be in a position of authority, they should be driving a jeep through a jungle, they should own a company in a city. They just look like someone who is, you know, put together. And then you realise that they're like 23. And you're sat there, older than them, looking like you're going to get ID'd for a Red Bull. That messes with my brain sometimes. Like I met someone, I was on so actually really interesting series of events that happened that I'm really excited to tell you about when I can tell you more about this. A couple of months ago, I spoke on stream about wanting to get back into film, TV and theatre, because that's what I did before the whole YouTube and Twitch kicked off. Turns out that a couple of people watching were making a feature film. Now, it's not a massive feature film, but it's funded, it's decent, they've got a load of professionals working with them. And they reached out to me and said, hey man, why don't you come and audition? So I auditioned, I met them, and so far, things are going good with the project. It's not massive, it's not multi-million, you know, it's not going to be like a major worldwide cinema release, but it's going to be a decent piece of art that we can create. And when I was chatting to one of the editors that was there, and he was showing me some of his previous work, and my God, man, this guy was good. And this guy was talented, he was passionate, he was skillful. I'm like, oh, wow, man, how long have you been doing this? He's like, oh, about 9, 10 years. I'm like, no way. How old are you? He's like, oh, I'm 22. And I'm like, dude, you have got one hell of a career ahead of you. Genuinely, he was like so nice. Genuinely. Am I going to be Horace? No. No, although I would love to be involved in the 40k series when it actually happens, although I'd probably, if I keep working out really hard for the next like 5 years, I might have the physique of a guardsman. That's the plan. That is the plan. But you need to understand that success doesn't really have a time limit or even a moment that it starts. You can find success when you're 10 years old. If you have the right parents and the right connections, you can find success when you're 40 or 50. Someone once explained it to me like this, and this is a thing that have I performed Shakespeare, Josh? Well, it's a couple of years ago, but, what was it? Once more unto the breach, dear friends, once more, or close the wall up with our English dead. In peace, there's nothing such becomes a man as modest stillness and humility, but when the blast of war blows in our ears, then imitate the action of the tiger, stiffen the sinews, summon up every spirit to his full height. On, you noblest English. Yeah, but I can't remember too much of it. But that was my favourite. So whenever I'm learning, I actually do this really weird technique. If I need to learn a speech for stage, what I do is I go to the stage I'm going to be performing on, and I put myself in the position that I'm going to perform, and I memorise one line. Then I physically move to another place on the stage and I memorise one more line. And I do this for every single line. The reason for this is it's very easy to remember one thing, and I'm also connecting in my mind my physical location with that line. I'm also showing domination of the stage by moving around a lot more, showing confidence that I'm okay in front of an audience. What that means is when I perform, I actually, if I forget the line, I go to the location that I remembered it in, and my brain kind of kickstarts because it's stored in the right location. But when I then change location and perform somewhere else, my brain goes, yep, nope, I have no idea what you're on about. We've never learned this speech before. This is entirely new to me. So there is a downside to it. I did the same with martial arts. Has anyone learned a martial arts kata before? Where you need to remember kind of certain moves at certain positions going in toward doors or whatever. Well, when I was in my training hall, I would memorise all of the martial arts kata, but I didn't realise as a kid that what I was doing was I was saying in my mind, right, now I do a punch toward the fire door. Right, now I do a kick toward the basketball hoop. And then when I went to a competition and you put me in a different room, my brain didn't have any of those connections around the room that I used to associate with moving in certain directions. And I realised that I wasn't orienting myself via my own body, which is a process called kinesthesis. I was actually orienting via the external stimulation and ideas around the room, which is a real problem. So whenever I'm learning anything now, I force myself to face different directions while I'm learning it, to walk around while I'm doing speeches from film, TV or theatre, to be in a different place, so I'm associating all of that stuff with my mind instead of my surroundings. But to link back to what I was talking about earlier. So what you're saying is you can only defend, yeah, if somebody attacks me and there is a basketball hoop and a fire escape in the right positions, they're in trouble. they're in serious trouble. Provided they attack me in the right way. You know, it's got to be an overhead strike first, because I'm going to be like, yeah. That's what I'm going to do. But to explain this earlier, someone talked about finding success and the process that you need to go through to get to success. Imagine going to a carnival or a fairground, and there is a game where you throw darts at a dartboard. And depending on the score that you hit on the board, depends on the level of success that you'll find in your next project. Whether it's a career that you're going for, whether it's a relationship, a partner, whether it's a personal hobby or an idea. Rich kids, and again, unfortunately it does come back to money. Rich kids can just pay to have more throws of the dart. That's all they can do. They just pay to throw it again and again and again and again and again until they hit something. There's a reason that so many indie musicians, their parents' names are blue on Wikipedia. You'll just throw as many darts as you need until you hit the thing you want. You're like, I'm doing that. That's what it is. Now, that might be a very noble thing they end up doing. It might be a charitable thing. I know a lot of people who have been remarkably successful in real life who have chosen to do what I think are incredibly beautiful philanthropy things with their money. They've given it to the right people, they've supported. But you can just keep throwing it. The poorer kids, they get maybe 1 or 2 throws of that dart, and then wherever it lands, that's what you're doing. And the people with very few chances, they're not throwing darts. They're working the carnival. They are the ones that are watching all the other people getting the chances that they wish they could try and have. That's pretty much what it is. It's going to hit the corner soon. That DVD's logo is going to hit the corner very, very soon. I am excited about this. So, when I say that success doesn't necessarily have a process that it follows, the reason that I always go back to that analogy, throwing the darts and money allowing you to have more darts, chances, you don't know when the next dart throw is going to come. Even if you have all the money in the world, you don't know when you're going to get a chance to do something with it. If you have absolutely no chances and no opportunities at all, you might one day meet the right person, you might be in the right place, the right position, and it just so happens that you get a dart throw. Now, I can't guarantee you're going to hit anything with it, but you get a throw. That's what I tend to go for. There's the old saying that... What is it? Is it when luck is what happens when preparation meets opportunity? People always say, oh, you got so lucky. No. The opportunity arose, which was the chance to throw the dart, and the preparation, the skill of throwing the dart, was there. But it is much easier to train and prepare when you have time and cash, and it's much easier to put yourself in the position to gain opportunities when you've got a load of free time. That's pretty much it. How many darts will my kids have? None. I do not want kids ever. I'm way too selfish with my time. That's what it is. I am far, far too selfish with my own time. Don't want kids. I genuinely think that I would probably be quite a good dad, but I also know that I don't want to give up my free time. If you want to have kids, fully support you. Got lots of friends who have kids, fully support them. Personally, I don't want to do that. People always used to say to me, but you know, you can be whatever you want, you can do it. When you were a kid, adults spent a long time telling you that you can be whatever you want, you can do whatever you want, you can follow your dreams, you can put all the effort in, you've got everything ahead of you. And then when you become an adult, they spend time saying, so when are you going to have kids? And I'm thinking, no. You spent ages conditioning me to believe that I can do whatever I want and go wherever I want and have all this free time. I think kids would mess that up. I think kids would change that. So, instead of having a kid because the life script demands it, and then regretting or resenting, which would be the worst thing that could possibly happen, I thought, you know what? No. I might be the cool uncle. I might be the guy that, I've got friends that have kids and they're like, oh, cool. Can we go and, can Josh come around? Can he play some board games with us? Can he play Magic the Gathering with us? Can we play Tekken on the TV? Hell yeah, we can. And then as soon as I'm bored, I'm like, all right, go away now. All right, sweet. Back to me time. That's the plan. I've spent ages working with kids in schools. I have nothing against children. I enjoy the process of working with kids during, hey, the DVD logo did the thing, during the formative years. In fact, I'll tell you one of the most proudest moments I ever had as a teacher. Someone on Reddit commented a few days ago saying, Josh will take any chance to bring up the fact he was a teacher, won't he? I'm sat there thinking, no. I'll also take the chance to bring up that I was a mechanic and a martial arts instructor and a paintball marshal. It's not just teacher, all right? I can be arrogant about a lot of stuff all in one go. You've got to keep up with this. But no, martial arts was fun. So the proudest moment I had as a teacher was not winning any awards, because I guarantee all those awards are just popularity contests. It was when... Oh, working for Oxygen Free Jumping. Yeah, they were great. They were a good company to work for, genuinely. They took care of me. So, I was doing a martial arts class one day. We had a young kid. He was difficult. He had a difficult home life. His parents, while having the best intentions, were not necessarily the best at talking to a child, at having the patience they needed to educate the child to the same level. When I'm older, I'm going to regret not having kids. Probably not. Probably not at all. People always, I'll get back to the original story. People always say, oh, but, you know, I need to have kids to look after me when I'm older. Who will look after you when you're older? Easy, your kids. I'll just pay them with all the money I save by not raising kids. Seems easy to me. But I was teaching martial arts one day, and this young kid was having a difficult time learning punches, kicks, anything like that. So I spent hours with this kid. We just did stances. Left stance, right stance, guard up, guard down, block, inside forearm block, outside forearm block. And when his dad came to pick him up, that kid ran over to his dad and said, Dad, I know my left and right. That was all he learnt that day. He didn't remember his arm position for the stances. He didn't remember how to kick or punch. But he knew his left and right. And I couldn't think on that day of anything more relevant or long-term that I could have taught that kid. The president of Nintendo once famously said, I do not remember the lessons I learned, but I remember the teachers. I have pulled kids aside out of lessons and said, look, I have nothing personal against you at all, but you have to understand that the behavior and the processes that you are forcing this class and me to go through are not productive. This is why, this is what we do, this is what I want from you. What do you need? And I will help. It's never about punishment. It's always about help. Just write L and R on your hands like the rest of us. People have told me before that I will regret not having kids. I don't think I will, because I think it's going to be a lot easier to go on holiday without having to worry about somebody else. I am, at my core, a very selfish person. I know this. And so I decided one of the best things I could do was put myself into a position where being selfish does not negatively impact other people, especially other family members that I would then have. People always tell me that I will regret it when I'm older. That's a problem for future Josh. But personally, I don't think that I am in a position, or would want to be in a position, to spend a lot of my creative time raising a child. And if I am only having a kid because otherwise I would regret it, that again would come across as potentially a selfish choice, because I would be doing something to improve my life instead of actively improving somebody else's. Sorry you're late, you forgot the rhyme. Bubbles, I don't want to hear it. All right, I don't want to hear it. I have just dropped knowledge bombs, I've dropped wisdom, and you turn up late. Bubbles, wait outside in the corridor. I'll come and talk to you in a minute. You don't get to do this, Bubbles. You don't get to do this. tired of it. Sick of you just waltzing in an hour and a half late. Well, half an hour. I started an hour early, to be fair. Right, let's... Yes, sir, and then a... I was going to say, I thought there was a laughing emoji. Good, it isn't. It's a sad emoji. That's fine. You're allowed to be sad. No, not Bubbles. Drag, you can go and join him if you want. Go and join him. It's your own time you're wasting. I'm paid to be here. Lunchtime detention in my classroom. Both of you will sit and write a 500-word essay on why you shouldn't disrupt the class. Do I have a license for these guns? They're just BB guns, it's fine. So you're not selfish, we went full circle. Complicated. It's complicated. People often say that I'll regret doing stuff when I'm older, but like, I don't regret playing RuneScape. I think if I regret something that I can then easily change, different story. Regretting having a kid, harder to change. Can chat control the speed of the treadmill? No, because I don't want to die. Got some minor thoughts on Dino Crisis 2. I have finished the rough cut of Dino Crisis 2 Was It Good yesterday. That will be edited and hopefully out on the channel within about 2 weeks. Oh, by the way, I got nominated for a Golden Gnome at the RuneScape RuneFest Awards, so thank you very much to everyone who nominated that. My video, I played RuneScape 3 for 100 hours, should you, was nominated as Best RuneScape 3 video. I don't think it will win, because I'm up against 3 other extremely talented RuneScape 3 dedicated, specific content creators, who I think spent way more time working on their videos than I did. So yeah, now you know me. Now you know me slightly more. Don't want kids. No interest at all. Hello, Mr. Hayes. Looking good today. Thank you, Froggo Noms, but flattery will get you nowhere. You're also late. Go and join Bubbles outside. Will I beat Rune... Will I be... Hang on. Hang on. Nigel. I'm assuming you meant to type, will I be at RuneFest? Not, will you beat RuneFest? Goddamn right I will. I'm going to walk straight up to CVS and be like, increase membership costs. Not on my children's medieval clicking simulator. I'm training to take on all of the investment company now. That's what I'm going to do. Me and Mod Ash just walking in like the scene in Office Space where we're about to hit a printer on the floor, carrying a granite maul over the shoulder. That's the plan. That's what we're going to do. Isn't that what I'm training for? I'm training just to... Is it cold outside? Can I come back in? Why didn't you bring your coat? Everyone knows you bring a coat. It's not my fault. You can go to the office and see if there's a spare coat. Who is RuneFest and when... RuneFest is the RuneScape convention. It happens... It used to happen every year before COVID. And now it happens once every couple of years. It was meant to happen with the Insomnia Festival in Birmingham, I think about 6 months ago. But then Insomnia went into massive debt and got shut down. And then Jagex scrambled to reassess RuneFest, and they have managed to redo it for, I think, next month. I think it's exactly a month from now, actually. How tall am I? I am 5'11", 1 inch short of being handsome. Insomnia is gone. Yes, the Insomnia Festival got into massive debt, didn't pay a lot of its suppliers, managed to pay the creators that performed there, which was nice because I was one of them. Why is the Eye of the Tiger not playing? It always is in my mind. It's on a loop constantly. Right. We need to, because I've been paid to do this, we need to build a Magic the Gathering Aetherdrift pre-release deck. Has anyone played Magic the Gathering before? Has anybody not played Magic the Gathering before? I realised I asked both those questions quite close together, and there's a bit of lag on the stream, so now those answers are just going to... They're meaningless. I don't know which question they're attributed to. I'm going to talk you through how to build a pre-release deck. I'm going to talk you through what you're going to find in your pre-release pack, and if you follow my advice, I guarantee you will win every Magic the Gathering game you play. If you do lose, it's because your opponent followed my advice better. That's what it is. Guaranteed. You supply my luck to friends who play on the table and you're sat at it. Well, we're going to open this pack, see what we get some cool stuff. You're interested in the Final Fantasy Magic the Gathering set? Oh my god, yes. I really want to get Ben Starr down for something for that, because I think I could train him to play Magic really well. Why am I speaking like an Instagram ad? That's just my voice. This is just the voice. Do you want me to speak like an Instagram ad? Do you want me to get some kinetic sand? Start cutting it in different colours? Should we drop some glass bottles down some steps? You want me to drop a balloon filled with liquid? Do you want me to start cutting some mechanical metal things? We can do that. Yeah, that's what we need. Skip out, and then we just get some kind of... I'll stick Family Guy in the corner, get Subway Surfers going on. We've already got the DVD logo. We're close. We're very close. Right, let me... Oh yeah, the mugs, by the way, are all on the floor. Like, I put them there for a video and then forgot to move them. Where is my vest? Glad you asked. See? Who needs the shirt? There we go. Alright, let's get ready for the Magic the Gathering stream. I'm going to get this chair out for this, otherwise we have to stand the entire time. I'm going to be here for some time. Oh yeah, now we're ready. Hi, first time watching your stream. Okay, well, you're late, but I'll allow it because it's the first time. Here's the Josh you know. Here we go. We're about to enter battle mode. So I've been in defensive mode the entire time. Now we're into battle mode. I need to work out, do I sit down for this? Do I stand up for this? Do I sit? Do I stand? I think I could probably stand. It might be easier, actually. But what I can do is I can actually push the... I don't need to. I don't need to do any of that. Hang on. So easy. You guys ready? I'm going to lower the desk. This is what I bought the standing desk for. You ready? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, you're playing with power now. Yeah, we're in the big leagues. We're going to go back up. You want uppies? Okay, then. Oh, yeah. Never say I don't do anything for you. Now it's time to go down. Beautiful. Here's what's going to happen. Step one. Take these weights off the table. They should not be on there. Let's just stick them down here in the corner. Then, that's my drink, that's fine, that can stay there. Keyboard can go back, the cards, move them to the side. The DVD logo, the uppies, never let it be said that I don't do anything for you. Let me just check, see if my Magic the Gathering contact has replied to this. No, they have not. So I will wait to see if they do. I've asked Wizards of the Coast, the wizard themselves, if this is a good, acceptable stream. They have not replied to me as of yet. Will they? Don't know. Here's what's going to happen. I'm going to lean forward. I'm going to bring you down. Now, you're about to be angled toward crotch. I need you all to just behave with this. Just be good. Everyone be cool with this. I'm going to move this first, okay? Push this under there. And it actually folds up and in. Beautiful stuff. Stick this just over here. I am moving the running machine so it's out the way while I stand at my desk. Oh yeah. Now we're going. Y'all, you do not say good boy. Good boy. The safe word is apples. Apples. You weren't ready for an overwhelming amount of whelm. Sorry, this is about to be very whelming. You ready? Here we go. I've got to lean forward. I'm going to grab the camera. I'm going to tilt it this way. Get ready. Oh yeah. Here we go. This is the stream. Now the problem the problem we're going to face, I'm sure you can see, is there's not much room for the... How do I zoom on the cards? Okay, Clubber, I've already thought about that. I've already thought... Hang on, why does Josh not have a $600 custom keyboard? Because when you buy a $10 Logitech keyboard from Argos back in 2009 that still works, you just keep using it. People are always like, oh my God, he's a streamer. I bet he's got the best of everything. No, not at all. You buy a keyboard, it works, you use a keyboard. I don't need the bells and whistles. You need the basics. That's what you need. Josh, is that cable management? All right, you want to see cable management? Do you really want to see cable management? Let me show you cable management. All right. I'm going to have to unhook the webcam for this. But cable management is... Let me show you. I moved the position of my PC. You want to know why I moved the position of my PC? Because then I can just get to the back of the PC easier, and the cables just plug into the back. You don't need cable management. Just plug everything into the back of the PC, it's fine. And then have the PC so it's set so the back is always facing you. It's very easy. What mouse is that? This is actually a really good mouse. This is the Razer Naga one. Yeah, this is the Naga. It's great for MMORPGs because it's got all the buttons on the side. Beautiful stuff. Absolutely beautiful stuff. I'm going to get my chair. So I'm going to treat myself to a little sit down. A little sit. Now, I'm not saying this is the most professional Magic the Gathering stream you're ever going to see, but it is one of them. It is definitely in the top 50. I have just realised that's going to mean if I do sit down... Okay, so right now my chin's on the desk. This is how we're doing. How we all doing today? Got a Magic the Gathering pre-release pack here. I'm going to talk you... Someone mentioned zooming. How am I going to deal with zooming in the cards? That's a good question, because the Elgato camera that I'm using is fixed focus, which means it's not small, it's pockets. It gets bigger when you open it up. It's cold. But the camera is fixed focus, which is great if you know exactly how far from the camera you're standing, but it's also a bit of a challenge to find the exact angle to light a card up at. Was it in the pool? It was in the pool. It was cold. Now, you know what I could do is... Part of me's thinking, Josh, just lower the desk. The other part of me's thinking, no. Raise the desk. Then I can just, like, sit like this. Just get my chin. That's all you get. Like an old 90s sci-fi. Beautiful. This is the perfect time for an ASMR stream. No, seriously. Let's play Magic the Gathering. Let me teach you how to do this. Just realised you're going to get like a lovely crotch shot the entire time. It's just this. It's just that. Just stomach, arms, keyboard. Ignore the cables. Don't worry about them. Don't judge me. Don't judge my cable management skills. Shut up. When I say about focus on cards, the best you're going to get is going to be like that. I'll talk you through it. I'll talk you through what's going on. You don't need to know that much. There are also 1,337 people here, which is leet. That is an old internet. I can't even get this far down. Hi. How's it going, guys? This is it. Do I get paid extra for a lower angle of the camera? Not from Wizards of the Coast. From other companies, I'm sure they're willing to consider it. Am I going to make a balanced deck? No, I am going to be a sweaty tryhard when I play Magic the Gathering. So, let's play Magic the Gathering. When you go to an Aetherdrift pre-release, don't leave. I'll make it fun. I promise. When you go to a Magic the Gathering Aetherdrift pre-release, you will get one of these boxes. This box contains a couple of packs. First thing we want to do is open it up. Now, every single Magic the Gathering set is themed in a different way. The theme of this one is racing. Basically, Magic the Gathering exists on planes of reality, and the main characters are known as planeswalkers. They can effectively magically hop between realities, between things. Now, you'll notice that this is actually based on a famous anime. That picture was made famous by the anime Naruto, and this picture specifically right here is called the Goku Slide, which is what happened when Goku fought Piccalilli and killed him by crashing a motorbike into him. So we're going to be using that. And you'll find there's a main box inside this. You've got a couple of tokens around the edge. What you're going to want to do is what everyone else does and just throw this away, because this is entirely useless. Nobody cares about that box. This is what's important. Inside, you'll find a dice. Now, these dice are actually called spin-down life counters, and they differ from D20s in a way that some really pedantic tryhard will try to get you believe actually matters when they roll them. You see, on a regular D20, or a die, the alternate sides add up to x plus 1, where x is the total number of sides. So on a 20-sided dice, you add the two opposite sides together, you would get 21. On a D6, you add the opposite sides together, you would get 7, x plus 1. That's not the case with these ones. These ones have a little symbol, which is a racing flag for this set, and then they spin down in order. They go 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13. Every number is next to its neighbour. And the reason for that is these dice are actually designed as a life tracker. So you put the life there, and when you take damage, you just tick it over to the next number that's directly next to it. Now, some people will say when you have to roll a d20 in order to generate a random number, if you roll one of these, it's not completely random, because all the heavy numbers are weighted next to each other and all the light numbers are weighted next to each other. Whereas on a regular D20, the heavy and light numbers are alternating, which makes it slightly more random. However, provided you are rolling a dice fairly enough, it will still be close enough to random that you don't need to worry about it, because the indents and the ink that make the numbers are not heavy enough to really affect the roll of a dice. And, as people in the chat have said, ultimately, they all taste the same, which is what we really want. Chat, will I get laid learning Magic the Gathering? Depends who you're looking to get laid with. I mean, yeah, it's... What I need you to understand is that this may be the key art for this set, Chandra on a motorbike, but not everyone that plays Magic the Gathering is going to look like either Chandra or the bike. There is every chance in the world that you turn up to a Magic the Gathering pre-release event and instead of pulling Chandra, you do end up with a slightly different looking Planeswalker. But, as we say in the Magic the Gathering community, sometimes you've just got to tap that so hard it will not untap during its controller's next untap step. Let's open some cards. That's rubbish. Oh, hang on. Avishkar, Enhanced Racer License. Chandra Nalar, Cloud Spire Racing Team, Captain Human, Hair, Fire. All right, cool. So this is just like a little bit of flavour for the whole not Hot Wheels. I'm just going to call it Not Wheels. That's what we're going to call it. And then the box is useless. Don't worry about the box. Pre-release promo pack, and then 6 Magic the Gathering booster packs. Let's open the promo pack first. Promo pack is normally like 2 cards. This might be good. It might be bad. Could be a mythic. Who knows? Let's find out. So, the first card is a token called Max Speed. Now, Speed is a new mechanic in this set specifically. I will explain the speed mechanic as we get to it. And then we get... Oh, okay, cool. Just 1. We get a Fearless Swashbuckler, a Fish Pirate for a generic, a blue and a red. That's the best zoom you're going to get, by the way. Haste. Vehicles you control have haste. Whenever you attack, if a pirate and a vehicle attack this combat, draw 3 cards, then discard 2 cards. So you've got a bit of rummaging going on there as well. It's fine. Now, when you do a pre-release, this card You will have to ask your specific. Can we get a Josh cam? No, because my computer only has one USB root hub, and you need multiple root hubs to be able to have more than one webcam. What I can probably do, though, for you, is this. Oh yeah, not just lower it. Don't get me wrong, that's part of it. But if I do this, oh yeah, now this is pod racing. If I were to turn that up, that there. See now, as long as I sit here, I can chat to you as well while looking at the cards. Now, the question is, can you? I'm on 1060, I can't read the cards, what do I do? Clubber, just stay in the chat. I'll explain how we're going to do it. You don't actually need to read the cards to be able to understand how I'm going to build it. I'm going to talk you through the theory of deck building and how you're going to be able to build a powerful deck. Now, you will have to ask your specific judge at your specific event if you are allowed to use the card that comes in the Collector Booster Pack as well in your pre-release deck. Some will say yes, some will say no. For this time, I'm going to say no, we cannot use this in the pre-release deck. So what's a pre-release deck? Well, you will get 6 boosters. If you are drafting, that's going to be a slightly different process to build the deck. What we're going to look at is a constructed deck using the pre-release 40-card limited rules. That means we're going to open all these packs. Then we're going to build a 40-card minimum deck using cards from these packs and land cards that the shop will hopefully be able to supply to you. You will not be using every card that you open. In fact, that would be a terrible idea to do. I'm going to talk you through how you work out the synergy of a deck and how I would build a deck from whatever cards I pull here. This is what we're going to do. Will this be on the test? Yes, it will. Did I shrink? It is cold. Please just, this is a standing desk. I can make it go even higher. Hang on. Is that better for you? Is that what you need? Is this good? It's part of your pack. It's legit to use. You'll need to check with your local specific judge. Have you noticed the 10k yen super chat on the Torum vid? I have. That was very kind of somebody to send through. I appreciate that. Will I do a follow-up to Torum? Can't guarantee. Probably not, because I tend not to do repeated videos on one topic. Right, now, let's open some packs, have a look at what we get. I will stand up, so you get a lovely crotch shot as we go through. Right, token, don't worry about it. It's always the last in the pack. Let's zoom in a little bit closer. You guys ready for a zoom? You ready? Ready for a zoom? That's not the right thing. Hang on. Hang on a tick. Let me just get to the room cam. Oh, yeah. That's what I'm all about. That's actually worse, because it's like, that's not a good idea. Hang on. I should have thought this through. Really should have planned ahead with this. Oh, Wizards are going to be so mad. Just one arm. That's all you get. That is a basic card. It is not very good. You can see the cost at the top, the green and the 1. I'm going to assume that you all know exactly how to play Magic the Gathering. So what we're going to do is we're going to jump past the first couple of common cards, and we're going to go to the uncommon, and then we're going to go to the rare, because the uncommons and the rares are going to be the first thing that anyone looks at whenever they open a Magic the Gathering pack. Let's be fair. You're not going to worry about the commons too much, are you? You're going to go straight to the rares and the mythics. That's what... I don't know how to play Magic. Can you explain the whole game? Amazingly, yes. I've actually got a YouTube video called A Beginner's Guide to Magic the Gathering, where I can explain the entire game. But fine. What I'll do for you beautiful people is I'll go through the entire thing. When you open a Magic the Gathering pack, you'll see a card that looks like this. To the top right is the casting cost. You will see a number in a grey circle and then a green symbol. That means 1 of any colour mana and then 1 green. So the total cost of this card is 2 mana, 1 which can be paid with any colour, 1 which must be paid with green. And if you look at the back of a Magic the Gathering card, you will see we have the 5 colours of mana: white, blue, black, red, and green. Fine, the DVD logo can go away. You don't get this anymore. I hope you enjoyed it. It is now gone. It will be, hang on. You know what, some of you really want this, so here's an idea. Here's an idea. There you go. You get that. You get that. Never say I don't do anything for you. I do. Sometimes I put the DVD logo in the corner. Now, what we're looking at here again is the quality of the card specifically. That symbol there, it's a little race flag. That is the set symbol. The set symbol of Aetherdrift specifically. If it is black and white, it is a common card. If it is silver, it is an uncommon card. If it is gold, it is a rare card. And if it's red, it's mythic. What we really want are the gold and the reds. You'll get at least 1 gold in each pack, potentially a red as well. You can also then get a foil card, which is shiny, but that can be any of the rarities. Might be good, might be bad. This is a green creature. It has 2 power and 1 toughness and death touch, which is decent, but I'm not even going to worry about the numbers yet, because this is a green creature. I might not have enough green cards to create an entire green deck. So let's just go through, see what we get. Green. Vehicle. For those of you who play with vehicles during the, I want to say, Kaladesh set, I really like the vehicle mechanic, but it did not get enough support. So is this gacha for old people? Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. This is the original kind of pay-to-win gacha style game. Definitely is. Do I have 5 mana? So I actually have some Magic the Gathering mugs around here somewhere that I probably should have used had I have planned ahead, but I haven't planned ahead that far. Josh, it's been a while. Can you remind me about interrupts, banding, and ante? Yeah, sure. So ante is a mechanic that is not used anymore, but before you begin the game, you both put a card in, and whoever wins the game gets to keep the cards put up for ante. Banding is when you assign an attacker. If you assign multiple attackers that all have banding or bands with, you can then assign all of their combat damage to be dealt as 1, effectively, to a single defender. And interrupts would be whenever you have priority in between passing of the stack, you are allowed to put something that can activate at instant speed onto the stack, such as an activated ability of an artifact or playing an instant. You didn't expect me to know those, did you? You didn't. You sat there going, I'm gonna tell Josh some really cool stuff. No, I've played Magic. I've played Magic a lot. Banding is extremely annoying to explain and to understand and to use, but in general, it allows you to assign all of the attack damage as if it were a single creature coming from it. Can I explain how Opalescence and Humility interact? No. No, if you play Opalescence in any deck, you just get banned immediately from any game. Nobody knows exactly how that card works. If you want to know the level of degeneracy that I tend to play Magic the Gathering at, all of my commander decks involve Infect, and all of them involve the Solemnity Phyrexian Unlife lock. That is the level of degeneracy that I'm getting to when I play Magic the Gathering. All right? We're assembling the Solemnity Phyrexian Unlife lock in the first 3 or 4 turns, and then I am ninjutsuing in a Blightsteel Colossus to hit you for 11 Infect in one go, because I dislike Commander. I'm going to say this right now, and I'm sure that Wizards are going to hate me for saying it, but it needs to be said. Commander is a format of Magic the Gathering. I believe it is the worst format to introduce a new player to the game with, because it is overly complicated with specific proprietary rules that only apply to Commander, takes far too long, and because it's a singleton format, means that you never specifically see the combos that your deck is capable of repeatedly or understand card interaction. I believe that limited formats like this are the best way to learn and play the game. I believe some of the most skillful players I've ever met were people who learned in limited formats, because this forces you to see the synergy between cards, between interactions, between specific mechanics. This is one of the best ways to learn to play the game. Now, let's do this. Maybe not for the new players, sure. Commander is fun for people that already know how to play Magic the Gathering. Commander is not great for people who have never played Magic the Gathering, and everyone always says, oh, you should play Commander. No. No, you should play Limited. And by Limited, what I mean is you open packs, build out of the packs you have right now, and then play with that. Don't go into Standard yet. Don't go into Modern yet. Definitely don't do Legacy or Vintage. You just buy sealed product, open it, play with the cards. That's what you do. So, Spot Cycle Scouter. Vehicle. It's white. I'm going to make a little pile over here of different colours, because when we make the deck, I'll need to know which cards I have in which specific colours. No one cares about these common cards. You've seen all these common cards before. Common cards are nowhere near as powerful as they need to be. Apart from this one, which is cute because it's like a little bobblehead. That one is called Grim Bauble. When this artifact enters, target creature an opponent controls gets -2/-2 until end of turn. Now, I'm going to be drafting using the BREAD acronym, because BREAD has never let me down. And if you understand BREAD, it is bomb, removal, evasion, aggression, don't. That's how the acronym works. BREAD works incredibly well. I'll talk you through what the BREAD acronym is before, but if you've never drafted using the BREAD acronym, draft game's about to change, my friend. So, the fact that the Grim Bauble says when this artifact enters, target creature gets -2/-2, that would effectively kill an opponent's creature. Because of that, we would refer to this as a removal card. Yes, I know that it's an artifact card, which means you can't play it multiple times, but when it enters the battlefield, what we want to do with this is remove an opponent's creature, and removal is actually the R in the BREAD acronym. We'll go through it again soon. It's bomb, removal, evasion, aggression, don't. That is a seal. Excellent. Magic the Gathering has seals in them now. With cycling, which I'm not too bothered about as a mechanic. It basically means if you have it in your hand and you don't want it. Removal is the R in BRAC. No, don't. Are we reviewing Magic the Gathering cards? We are building a specific Magic the Gathering deck. And we've got the blues over there as well. We're not playing blue, don't you worry about that. An Artifact 3/4 Construct. Now, because this is a colourless card, as it has no slice of the colour pie assigned to it, we're going to put it in a separate pile because it can go in any deck that we end up creating. Engine Rat. 1 black, Death Touch. It has an activated ability of paying 6 mana to make each opponent lose 2 life, which is actually, it's late game. If I've got 6 mana and all I'm doing is taking 2 life off someone, I'm doing something wrong. But I very much appreciate the Death Touch on that. Makes it far more useful as a single creature. Now we're into the uncommons. You can see that the symbol has now gone slightly silver instead of just black and white. Bombs, removal, evasion, aggro, don't. The don't is an important part of the BREAD acronym. It won't apply to sealed as much as it does to draft, but still useful. Right. We'll try and not get the shine on that. Calisyon, Hunger Tyrant. Now, in Magic the Gathering, if a creature does not have... I just noticed the DVD logo, I am no longer main second monitor content. Oh, the card art on this is gorgeous. If a creature has no specific abilities on it, as in the text box doesn't say that it does anything special, we refer to it as a vanilla creature. Now, vanilla creatures are actually relatively rare in Magic the Gathering, because recently there has been a push into this, I believe what they call fire design. And the fire design idea is that everything has to do something. Everything has to have complexity. Everything has to have mechanics. Whereas in this set, in Aetherdrift, they've actually gone back to printing a cycle of vanilla creatures. Now, you'll see that it costs 3 mana in total. My goodness, thank you very much for the 10 subs. That is remarkably kind of you. Inju, thank you for also very quickly typing up exactly what it does. See, that's exactly why you're here. Now, you'll notice it only costs 3, 1 generic and 2 black. But look at its stat block. For anyone that plays Magic, you'll understand that a 7 power, 2 toughness stat block for 3 mana, a combination of 9 total stats for 3 mana, that's pretty good. However, because it's got 2 toughness, remember that if your opponent played Grim Bauble, which gives a creature -2/-2, it would still kill it. So as powerful as this is, and if we end up playing a black deck, we will be using this, it does still have a weakness. It's going in the deck if we play black, without a doubt. Let's keep going through. Now, this is not a vanilla creature. This is a much more complicated creature. This is what I mean when I say complicated. I'm trying to angle it so you can actually read it. There we go. When this creature enters, mill 2 cards. Mill means move directly from your library to your graveyard. It does still count as entering your graveyard when you mill a card, but it doesn't count as entering from the battlefield. It enters from the library. So if a card says, when this card enters your graveyard from the battlefield, mill will not trigger that. Other stuff would do. When this creature enters the battlefield, mill 2 cards, then put a +1/+1 counter on each creature for each artifact or creature in your graveyard. So, you're milling your own cards, but then other stuff is getting stronger if you have creatures or artifacts that you have milled. This has synergy with creatures and artifacts. If you're building a deck that has creatures and artifacts in it, excellent. Library is your deck of cards that you'll be playing with. But if you're not building creatures and artifacts, this would effectively be useless. That is why synergy matters quite a lot. Canyon Vaulter. 1 generic, 1 white, a core pilot for 3/1. Whenever this creature saddles a mount or crews a vehicle during your main phase, the mount or vehicle gains flying. Saddle was a mechanic that came around in the Thunder Junction Cowboy set. When you attack with a creature, if the creature has a saddle cost, you can tap another creature with power equal to the saddle cost, and it becomes saddled, and it will do something different when you attack while saddled. Vehicles are just artifacts that don't do anything until someone crews them, and then they can attack like a creature could normally attack. Canyon Vaulter will work well because it has 3 power, so it can saddle and crew quite nicely, but beyond that, it's a relatively decent white creature. Now we're getting into the full arts, because, hang on, how do you know so much? Because he's a big old nerd. When I say that Wizards of the Coast send me places to teach people how to play Magic the Gathering, I am a massive Magic the Gathering nerd. Like, I don't just mean collect, I mean, like, play a lot. So sometimes you'll get a full art card like this. Now, for this set, for Aetherdrift, they've gone for a more eclectic, almost techno-futuristic style of car, which is lovely. If my camera were focusing slightly better, you'd be able to appreciate it, but it's basically Speed Racer. Spire Motorcycle, artifact vehicle haste. Haste means it can attack and tap the turn it comes under your control. If you have played Hearthstone, you'll understand that basically all of the mechanics are copied from Magic the Gathering. Exhaust. So Exhaust is a new mechanic that has appeared in this set. Exhaust is basically monstrous from the old, I want to say, Courier set that came out a couple of years ago. Exhaust is you can do something once. You can pay the exhaust cost once. And the exhaust on this specific creature, exhaust because it matches the theme of having cars, tap another untapped mount or vehicle you control. This vehicle becomes an artifact creature. So it's effectively a way of crewing it slightly cheaper. Cool. Crew turns it into a creature to be able to attack with, and then we go with that. That's just going to go in the regular red pile. We have our rare card. You can tell it's rare because the symbol is gold. We have Repurposing Bay. It's an artifact. Tap 2 generic mana and this card, and sacrifice another. Hang on, is that a Logitech? Yeah, of course it is. It's the best keyboard. I bought this like 20 years ago. It still works. If you blink, you can use the exhaust ability again. I believe you can because that counts as a new instance of the creature entering and the game has no memory of it before. But if the exhaust did anything that puts counters on it, if you blink, the counters will be removed because it will count as a new instance of entering. So yes. Why are the WASD keys not worn down? Very, very delicate touch while I'm playing. Delicate touch, even though I've been playing a lot of Path of Exile 2 recently. So, Repurposing Bay, artifact. Search your library for an artifact card with mana value equal to 1 plus the sacrificed artifact's mana value. Put the card onto the battlefield. Oh, okay, so... oh, hang on. Sacrifice another artifact. That's just Birthing Pod. This is just Artifact Birthing Pod, isn't it? I love Birthing Pod. That was my favourite deck back in the day. Hell yeah, okay. And I like artifacts. Now, if you guys have played, and I suppose the difference is the Birthing Pod had a Phyrexian mana cost as well, but that is pretty much, and oh yeah, it's activated only as a sorcery, so you still can't do it on your opponent's end step or in response to something, but we basically have Artifact Birthing Pod. What would it be called? We need a silly name for it. It's not like Artifact Pod. Birthing Rod. That's what it might need to be. It needs to just rhyme with something like that. Mirthing Pod. Birthifact. There we go. We'll go with Birthifact. Now, behind this, we should have a... oh, we do. Okay. We now get a shiny card. Now, the shiny card, the foils, they don't need to be rare. These can be any rarity, but we are lucky enough to have just got a rare foil. Mendicant Core Guidelight. Legendary artifact creature robot. Mendicant Core and power is equal to the number of artifacts you control. You'll see it says a star. The fact that it's a star means that that number is relevant in every zone, including the library, your hand, and the graveyard. It will just change to update to be whatever it is. Do I have opinions on the aesthetics of a foil? I do. Inju, I really appreciate the fact that you're doing that, because I can read it so much easier. So, Mendicant's core power is equal to the number of artifacts you control. Start your engines. You will see on this card it's hard to read because the text is tiny, but it says start your engines. Start your engines is the new mechanic that has come out in this set. We have never seen start your engines before. When you start your engines, you gain 1 speed. There's actually there should be a card that I got that counts up the speed with it. There we go. When you start your engines, your speed goes to 1. Every time you do damage to an opponent on your turn only, your speed increases to 2, to 3, and then the maximum speed is 4. Certain cards do things when you have maximum speed. So what you ideally want to do is start your engines early in the game and then attack the opponent as often and as quickly as you can. Is it loses life on your turn or just damage? Oh, I was incorrect. It is lose life. Now, a loss of life can be caused by something that is not necessarily damage. So if you have an artifact or an enchantment that says at the start of your opponent's turn they lose 1 life, that will still trigger gaining the speed. But what does this Guidelight card specifically do? Well, going to have to scroll up so I can find where Inju wrote it down, which I appreciate. Start your engines. If you have no speed, it starts at 1. When this card when you reach maximum speed, whenever you cast an artifact spell, you may pay 1 generic mana. If you do that, copy the artifact spell. This means if you cast a Blightsteel Colossus for, I believe, either 11 or 12 mana, whichever one it is right now, you could pay 1 and get another 1. This is going to be an artifact commander. Without a doubt. This is an artifact commander. If you play commander, this is going to be pushed to be, yeah, mechanical birthing pod kind of thing. Is this what we would call a bomb? So, the bread. Bomb, removal, evasion, aggro, don't. The bread acronym works like this. If a creature is a bomb, when it hits the battlefield, you win. Unless your opponent can deal with it next turn. It's one of those cards where as soon as you see it down, you're in trouble. The massive titans, the Eldrazi, any really big creature with flying that does a load of damage, that is a bomb. Normally, bombs are very, very expensive. And by that, I mean they cost a lot to cast. They don't necessarily cost a lot of money in real life, but they cost a lot to cast. Even this one here, Artifact Vehicle, because it has 5 power and 4 toughness, it's close to a bomb. When you cast a bomb, you win, unless your opponent can deal with it in the next couple of turns. We want as many bombs as possible, but R, as in the BREAD acronym, bomb removal, Ulamog was the bomb, he really was. Removal is, how do you deal with things? Now, dealing with small things, pretty easy. Dealing with bombs, pretty difficult. That's why we want removal that can deal with them. E is evasion. Evasion is stuff that dodges things. So anything with ward, which makes it harder to counter, anything with hexproof, anything with shroud, even things with flying, even things with death touch, first strike. Stuff that makes a creature more difficult to deal with, we would refer to as evasion. Bomb, removal, evasion. A would be aggro. Now, and again, I'm going quite detailed with this because people need to understand exactly how Magic the Gathering works. And if you play Magic and you disagree with me, let me know. If you are playing a constructed version of Magic the Gathering, that would be standard, modern, legacy, vintage, you've got a couple of archetypes that you can build around, such as aggro, which is playing really fast, doing lots of damage. Control, making sure your opponent can't do too much stuff. Mid-range. When it comes to a limited format like this, it is very difficult to build a controlling deck because you don't know what your opponent's going to be doing, and you may not draw enough controlling cards to maintain control of the battlefield consistently. So what I have discovered when I am playing a limited format like this, that on average, the best tactic is to go extremely aggressive with almost everything. The faster you can attack, the more damage you can do quickly, the faster you can stabilize a board position, if you can get creatures down, if you can be doing damage, if you can be keeping pressure on the opponent. I tend to go all in with aggro stuff. The reason for that is, in a limited format like this, it is much easier to build up an offensive deck than it is to build a defensive deck. It is still possible, but we also need to remember that the speed mechanic in this set specifically is actually going to reward players who are doing damage a lot. There's not a lot of good removal, there's a hell of a lot of good creatures, there's a lot of speed. We're going Zerg Rush. With this kind of limited deck, we want to go Rush. So with that, is this a good card? Well, it only costs 2 to cast, and it's got 3 toughness, which is excellent. We like that. It's giving start your engines, which means we also get the set mechanic to set our speed to 1. Its power is equal to the number of artifacts we control, which means it will start at 1 power, and if we can build up artifacts, remember that the Grim Bauble we got that's a removal is an artifact itself as well. Vehicles are all going to be artifacts. This is a good, strong candidate for building our deck around to start off with, but we've got 5 more to go. So we're going to stick that there because it's multicolour, can go just there. It doesn't fit with the colour pie specifically. We also then get a dual land. If you ever forget which colours a dual land taps for, do what I do and remember that both of the colours on either side of it show you which colour they are. So this one is red and green. You can just look at the card and see very quickly that it is half red, half green. If you actually do the thing where you assign all the cards in colour order, it would go red and then green like that. And this would sit between them in the colour pie, flowing one colour into the other. Now, you are allowed to play with these lands in your deck because you opened it in a pack. I'm going to pop them just there, dual lands. So that is one deck so far. Right now, my thoughts are I probably want to build around the white and blue commander because that's definitely a bomb. But I want to pull enough now to be able to fully sustain that. Let's see if Wizards have responded yet to see if this is the kind of stream they were expecting to get. I might even do some more walking for you guys. Some more beautiful, lovely walking. They have not responded. My goodness. It's like they don't even watch my stuff. It's not a bad pack. Not a bad little pack at all. Oh, we've got an art card at the back of this. Now, sometimes on the back you will get what they call art cards. Art cards are simply full art versions. It's not particularly shiny, but it has got a kind of sheen to it. Full art version, and then you can see how many art cards there are in the entire set. It's kind of cool, but I don't particularly collect art cards myself. Right, let's go through this. Bounce off, instant. Return target creature or vehicle to its owner's hand. 1 blue. It's unsummon. If you've played Magic. Who has played Magic the Gathering for a while? I just need to know exactly how specific I can go with names. It's unsummon both for creatures and vehicles. That's what it is. Excellent. Matt gets it. You guys get it. It's unsummon. That's what it is. You've never played. It's bounce. It's just bouncing things. Return target creature or vehicle to its owner's hand. Now you'll notice it says its owner's hand. You can return your own stuff. So if you had a creature that has an enter the battlefield ability, or effectively a vehicle that has an enter the battlefield ability, you play it, it gets the ability, you put it back in your hand. Next turn, you play it again. So that's going in blue. Oh, Loxodons are back. Sweet. Loxodon Surveyor. 2 generic, 1 green. Elephant Scout. Start your engines. When you have max speed, you can pay 3 generic and exile this card from your graveyard to draw a card. Now, I quite like that, because you're exiling this from your graveyard to draw a card. If this is in your graveyard anyway, it's probably doing nothing. It's basically a 3/3 for 3, which is slightly behind rate for where we want a 3/3 to be, but it gives you the set mechanic, and it has synergy with the graveyard, so it's always nice to know that you've not got a completely dead draw. Every colour has max speed exile draw. Oh, is there a cycle of that? All right, sweet. Thank you, Matt. Inju, you're doing a damn good job, by the way, of keeping up with this. Inju did not know the stream was happening, so the fact that they are able to keep up with copying and pasting literally all of the cards as I find them, beautiful. Beautiful thing to do. Well done. Let's see how fast we can go then. Right Field Mustang. Can you get that for me, Inju? Can you get that? Creature, horse, mount. Whenever this creature attacks while saddled, untap it and put a +1/+1 counter on it. Oh, sweet. So it's kind of pseudo-vigilance. Okay, I'll take that. And it only costs 1 to saddle. So it's a 4-cost creature with a saddle cost of 1. Tap any number of untapped creatures with total power 1 or more. The mount becomes saddled. So you're effectively putting a rider on the mount, and when you declare it as an attacker, it immediately untaps and gets +1/+1. So if you can saddle it on the first turn, it becomes a 4/4 with pseudo-vigilance. That's pretty decent. I'll take that. It was in the old white pile. Magmakin Artillerist. Creature. Elemental Pirate. Whenever you discard 1 or more cards, this creature deals that much damage to each opponent. You can cycle it by paying 1 generic and 1 red, and when you cycle this card, it deals 1 damage to each opponent. So it still does its effect even when you cycle. Cycling, by the way, is, let's say that I'm playing the game and I've got this card in my hand and I don't want it. I do not need it. Cycle. You pay the cycle cost, which in this case is 1 generic and 1 red. You discard the card into your graveyard, and then you get to draw another card. But when you cycle this, it still does damage. So it's a nice little ping them for 1. Beyond that, the stat line is 1 power, 4 toughness, so it's going to be slightly harder to remove, because generally 3 toughness is the kind of break point we look for things being kind of dead at. So it's not terrible. I wouldn't... Can you explain the keywords as they come up? Yes, I can. Nice basic simple one here. Risky Shortcut. 3 mana, 2 generic, 1 black. Sorcery speed. Draw 2 cards. Each player loses 2 life. So I'm sure there's a similar card to that I used to play in a black deck before, but it's just draw 2, lose 2. What does the 1/4 at the bottom of the card mean? That's a good question, Kinesis. Let me go through that again. I'll put Risky Shortcut in the pile just here. We'll go back to Magma Artillerist. So, Magic the Gathering creatures have both power, which is how much damage they do. That is the first number shown here. And then toughness, which is how much effectively life they have, which is the second number, which is 4. Damage does not stay marked in general on a Magic the Gathering creature between turns. So, if, for example, my opponent had a Loxodon Surveyor, which is a 3/3, and I had a Magmakin Artillerist, which is a 1/4. When it's my turn, I declare the creatures that I have attacking. I do this by tapping them, which means turning them sideways. When it's my declare it, I'm not going to go through every phase of Magic, but in general, when it is my turn to declare attackers, I will say, right, this guy's attacking, I'm tapping him sideways. Now in Magic, what's very important to remember is you do not attack your opponent's creatures, you attack your opponent, and they choose whether they want to put their creatures in the way to block. Unlike games where you attack the enemy's creatures directly, you only ever attack your opponent, they get to choose to block. So let's say that I choose to attack with my Magmakin Artillerist. If my opponent does not block, they will take damage equal to the power of this creature. And the power is 1. So they would lose 1 life. If my opponent does choose to block, they select an untapped creature of theirs and they throw it in the way. What then happens is these creatures hit each other at exactly the same time. Now we go through the maths step by step to make it simple, but mechanically it all happens at once. The Magmakin Artillerist would do 1 damage to the Loxodon. This would be counted against the Loxodon's toughness, which you can see is 3. Which means it will not kill it, because the toughness is higher than the damage it's taking. But what's cool is the defender also gets to hit back. So the defender will do its power, which is the first number, which happens to be 3, to the Magmakin. The Magmakin has 4 toughness, which means that the retaliation damage will also not kill it. So if these two did attack each other, they would do what we call bounce off each other. Neither would die. The damage they have both taken, 1 in this case and 3 in this case, would stay marked on these cards until the turn ends. When the turn ends, all marked damage will fall off, and it will start again the next turn. You can still damage them in the same turn and stack up the damage until it becomes equal to the creature's toughness and therefore kills it, but if it passes from turn to turn, the damage falls off. This generally happens in a thing we call the end step or the cleanup step, where all these small issues get resolved and things get taken away. So when I look at the power and toughness, I'm looking to make sure the power is high enough to kill stuff and the toughness is high enough to survive. And if it doesn't have high power and toughness, I'm looking at the utility that the creature provides beyond that. Because creatures aren't always just about doing power and toughness damage, sometimes they're about the synergy they bring to a deck. Magmakin is going over there. Now this is a creature name that I really like. This is called Hull Drifter, and Magic the Gathering players will know that this bears a similarity to an old creature called Mole Drifter. It's a vehicle, 3 power, 2 toughness, flying. When the vehicle enters, draw 2 cards. Now you might remember that we could flicker Mole Drifter because it had its kind of like, what was the old cost that it used to have that you would pay and then it would immediately die? No playmat, by the way. I've got a couple around the place. I just like the actual top here. So that is going in blue. It's not terrible. Evoke, that was one. Evoke Flicker was some of my favourite mechanics. Evoke Ephemerate or Evoke Cloud Shift. That was what my deck was pretty much all built around. Bestow Greatness. 2 generic, 1 green, instant. Target creature gets +4/+4 and gains Trample until the end of turn. Now, Trample. If I attack you with a creature that has 1,000 damage, 1,000 power, and you block with a creature that only has 1 toughness, that 1 toughness creature will actually take all the damage. None of it will follow through onto you. You're throwing a tiny blocker in the way of something massive. We call this chump blocking. The trample keyword means the creature that is attacking
will assign as much damage as it needs to the defender to kill it, and then any excess damage is rolled over onto the defending player. So Trample effectively overruns. In fact, there's a card called Overrun that does a similar thing. So, target creature gets +4/+4. It is the goodest boy just there. We've got a little corgi art going on as well. So, Trample is amazing. Trample is very powerful if you have a way to make it work. Like if you have one of the Colossus. Trade the helm with some sharks. Exchange control of target artifact or creature you control and target artifact and creature an opponent controls. And I love the flavor text. Flavor text, by the way, is the kind of italic text at the bottom of the card. It doesn't do anything specific. The flavor text on this one says, "This looks like a winning vehicle, but you lot ain't a winning team." Hang on. Lol cards, what a nerd. Yeah. It's true. I'm sorry. I meant to tell you all earlier, but maybe I should just come clean now. The nerd situation is crazy. I am, and this is hard for me to say, a nerd. I know. It's true. I am sorry. I've failed you all, and now I'm going to go back to explaining Magic the Gathering. Carrion Cruiser. 2 generic, 1 black mana. Artifact vehicle, 3/2. When this vehicle enters, mill 2 cards. Then return a creature or vehicle from your graveyard to your hand. Only cost 1 to crew. I'm not a fan of that. I mean, it might end up being something that's really powerful, but the fact that it's only got an enter ability, it's not got a repeated attack ability, it's got a crew, I don't think it'll end up being as good. But it's a black card. Goes there. See what else we've got. Cloudspire Coordinator. 1 red, 1 white. Human Pilot. When this creature enters, scry 2. Now, you will need to double check that I'm getting scry right, because I always get it mixed up with the other one. Scry, I believe, is look at the top 2 cards of your library, which is your deck, and then put them back in any order, either on top or on the bottom of your library. I get it mixed up with Surveil, which is where you can put them back either on top or into the graveyard. Gotcha. Because there's Scry, there's Surveil, there's another one that I forgot halfway through. Cool. Okay, you can tap this creature to do something as well. Let's have a look at this. Tap. Create X 1/1 colorless pilot tokens, where X is the number of mounts or vehicles that entered the battlefield under your control this turn. So you want to play a mount or a vehicle, tap this to get an 1/1/1, and it then crews and mounts as though it were 2 greater. That's pretty impressive. That's not bad. That could be quite good. I feel this is the kind of, because you only have to tap it, there's no extra cost. I have a feeling if someone is playing red and white, this is the kind of creature that you're going to have to deal with quickly. Otherwise, your opponent is going to overflow with 1/1 tokens. That, because it is a multicolored creature, is again going just there. But a couple more. Do I think I could mount a creature as though its power were 2 or greater? I could try, Matt. I could definitely tap something so hard that it doesn't untap during its controller's next untap step. But as far as mounting goes, we'll have to find out. Hello. Okay, this has made me happy. Remember that I said the creatures were going through another vanilla cycle, where every color gets a creature. This is Terrion, the World Tyrant. It costs 5 total mana, 2 generic and 3 green pips, and its stat line is 9 power and 7 toughness. That is a bomb. Your opponent plays that on turn 5. You are either dealing with it or dying. If we can put trample on this, we're laughing. We've already got trample with bestow greatness. So we're going to stick this in the green pile. And I'm pretty happy with that so far. Like if I was playing green, that's going in there. That's my bomb. Now the rare card we've got in this is a land. Bleachbone Verge. Lands in the rare slot are interesting because if you're a brand new player, you might think that getting a land in the rare slot is a really bad thing. The exact opposite is actually true in the long term. Lands aren't good for limited, but they're really good for constructed stuff in general. So, you can tap this to add 1 black mana. You can also tap it to add a white mana, but only if you control a plains or a swamp. Now, it's not searchable because it has no subtypes. It is just the super type land, but it's not bad. They eventually become the most expensive cards on the market because lands are always useful in future decks. Now, because I play lots of Orzhov decks, black and white, that will be useful to me in the future. And our foil card is Gastal Blockbuster. Human Berserker, 3/2 red. When the creature enters, you may sacrifice a creature or vehicle. Risky thing to do. When you do, destroy target artifact an opponent controls. So you can effectively destroy one of your own things on entry, but you get to destroy something the opponent has as well. It's kind of okay. I wouldn't... Not a first pick, and then a mountain at the end. I'm never really bothered about basic lands. I have more than enough of them. So far, my thinking is I either go with the white and blue artifact commander style, or if we can pull some more big green cards, we just go with a big stompy green deck. That's what we would build. Why am I in the just chatting category and not the Magic the Gathering category? Most of what I do is just chat. That's pretty much it. I feel that the Magic the Gathering category is also for people who are actively playing Magic, either through Arena or playing. Am I a Timmy player? Oh, no, I'm a filthy tryhard. I am a horrible, filthy sweat lord when it comes to playing Magic the Gathering. I will ninjutsu infect all day. That's what'll happen. I'm spiking it all the way, guys. Like, I'm not going to sit down and be like, oh, I hope my deck works. I'll be like, right, if we get to turn 4, it's over. That's what's going to happen. See what we get. No, I will spike it all the way. Unless you give me a stupid dumb card, in which case... So, Magic the Gathering players, in general, get divided into 3 specific groups. Timmies, Johnnies, and Spikes. If you ever hear these phrases, this is what they mean. A Timmy player is a player who sees a card that is dumb and silly and big, and they're like, I'm playing it. I'm making it. I'm playing it. This? That's a Timmy card. It's a 9 power, 7 toughness dinosaur. You're playing that. You play against Timmy, they're playing this. Is it a good card? Depends on the context. In general, probably no. But it's fun. The Johnny player tends to be the player that looks at the synergy within a set and tries to make a strategy that shouldn't work. The reason for the names is because I believe it was it Andrew Garfield that came up with them? The guy that designed the games, basically he was the one that said, right, I'm going to come up with these 3 archetypes of players. So when you sit down to play against a Johnny player, they try to make machines work out of pieces that don't necessarily work that way. And it's fun, but it's never consistent. A Spike player, sorry, Richard Garfield, not Andrew Garfield. He was Spider-Man, wasn't he? I got the Garfields mixed up. The other one's a cat. And then the Spike player, which is the third one, Spikes play to win. They don't have fun. They aren't enjoying the game. They're going to beat you. using the best cards that work in the best ways consistently again and again and again. Now, depending on where I am and how I'm playing it, I will change between these. I've got an extremely spiky tournament-level modern deck. But if my opponent says, hey, we're going to play something silly, I'll be like, silly. Ninjas it is. I'm going to make them work. So I would say what we're looking for here is kind of a combination of Timmy, Johnny, and Spike to work out the big, funny, silly, dumb creatures, but also the stuff that all works. We have an elephant token, and let's go through. Veloheart Bike, 2 generic, 1 green, artifact vehicle. When the vehicle enters, you gain 2 life. So, nice little entry life gain thing there. Crew 2, you can tap. Ooh, tap to add 1 mana of any colour. That is nice. Hey Josh, watch your YouTube stuff. Glad to catch you on the first stream. Built my first commander deck using Rin and Seri. Good commander, to be fair. Not the strongest, might be cute. Dogs and cats, man. Dogs and cats are a good choice. How many cards are in a single booster pack? That's a good question. I believe you normally get 10 commons. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. Oh, no. You get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 commons. You get 3 uncommons. You then get a rare or mythic slot. You then get a foil slot, and then potentially some other stuff as well. So normally about like 12-ish. Don't worry, now we saw what's there, but I'm not going to tell you. Rin and Seri is a fun deck. Tell kids how summoning sickness works on vehicles in case they try and crew and tap them on the same turn. When a creature enters the battlefield, it must maintain consistent presence on the battlefield since your previous upkeep before it can attack. It cannot attack before this. We call this summoning sickness. It cannot actually tap before this either, apart from some really specific cases like Elvish Archdruid because of the wording being weird. But in general, a creature or vehicle needs to remain under your control for 1 turn before it can be declared as an attacker to tap or tap to do something else. Now, can you, I'm going to check the rules here, can you tap a creature with summoning sickness to pay for the crew cost of a vehicle? I can't remember. Yeah, I think by the wording of it, you can. Because it just says tap any number of creatures you control with power 2 or more, which means that you could do that because you're paying the cost of this and not necessarily a tap symbol on the other creature. You can, brilliant, you can. Can you attack with an artifact vehicle the turn it has entered? I don't think you can with that. The cost is the tap and not an ability. Gotcha. But I don't think you can attack with a vehicle the same turn, can you? You can't. Brilliant. Magic has all these really weird interactions and these specific tap symbols, tap words, tap costs, but in general, the vehicle needs to be on the battlefield under your control for 1 turn. If you're using a creature to tap to pay the crew or saddle cost, does it apply to saddle as well? It would apply to saddle as well, because saddle is the keyword itself. Cool. A bike. It's going in green. Now this is silly. This is just Mario. This card is called Daring Mechanic. It costs 2 generic and 1 white as a human artificer. And it has the activated ability of 3 generic and 1 white to put a +1/+1 counter on target mount or vehicle. It is just Mario. And the reason for this is when it was effectively first spoiled, it was spoiled along with a blue shell card as well. So we've got the Daring Mechanic of Mario with some free little speed boosts going on there. Ooh, one of my favourite cards that is going to definitely become important. Lightning Strike. Lightning Strike is back. Now, it's not quite Lightning Bolt. All of us old grognards will remember Lightning Bolt as completely warping any format it is in. Lightning Strike deals 3 damage to any target for 1 generic and 1 red. Now, it's not 1 red for 3 damage, it is 1 generic and 1 red for 3 damage. However, it's removal. It's classic removal. And remember, removing the player is still removal. Talking about removal, Siphon Fuel, or Siphon Fuel, depending on how you want to pronounce it. Target creature gets -6/-6 until end of turn, and you gain 2 life. Now, the fact that it costs 5 mana, it's quite expensive, but -6/-6, that's pretty good removal. If a creature ever drops below, well, 1 toughness to 0 toughness or below, it is killed by a thing we call state-based actions. If you can take a creature's toughness to 0, it will die. If a creature says indestructible, as in it can't be destroyed by any kind of combat damage or damage being dealt to it, you can still kill it by permanently lowering its toughness, or even temporarily lowering its toughness, using effects like that to 0 or below. So we can effectively still throw that on. Why is it toughness and not just HP? That's a good question. I actually don't know. If anyone knows why it is toughness and not HP, not sure. It's not on the Gatherer yet, is it not? It's not on the Gatherer yet. You're copying straight from Scryfall. Gotcha, you're going from Scryfall. All right, let's keep going through it. Flood the Engine. 2 generic, 1 blue. Enchantment, aura. Enchant creature or vehicle. Now, I like cards like these because they give you utility. They give you choice. When this aura enters, tap Enchanted Permanent. So you can either choose your own creature or your opponent's. Enchanted Permanent loses all abilities and doesn't untap during its controller's next untap step. So it is effectively 1 generic more expensive than the classic Ice Encasing. But that's the plan. So if your opponent's playing its creatures or vehicles, this locks them down. Love it. That's what does permanent mean? Permanent means any card that remains on the battlefield. So creatures, artifacts, enchantments, tokens. If you're playing a game of Magic and it's on the battlefield and it's staying there, it's a permanent. Things that aren't permanent are spells that get cast on the stack and then go to the graveyard, such as instants or sorceries, or there's a couple more versions. But in general, if it's on the battlefield, it's a permanent. Flood the Engines is blue. Spectral Interference. 1 generic, 1 blue, instant speed, counter target artifact or creature unless its controller pays 4. So it's a slightly more specific but also slightly better mana leak. We need to talk about how things happen in order for counters to actually work. In Magic the Gathering, when you cast a spell, it doesn't happen immediately. What happens is this. I want you to imagine, I'll use a card we've already got. I want you to imagine that there is an invisible list of things that need to happen in the turn. We call it the stack. Whenever you do anything, what happens is it goes onto the stack. Let's say that you want to cast, in fact, this would be artifact or creature. So let's get an artifact or creature. Let's get this one. This is an artifact vehicle. Let's say someone casts this. My opponent casts this. The creature, or in this case the artifact, does not just enter the battlefield straight away. What happens is, this goes onto the stack. Priority then passes to me. Even though it's my opponent's turn, I get a chance to respond to this on the stack. If I don't respond to it, and if both players don't respond, the stack resolves, which is where everything on it then goes down and actually happens. Now, normally Magic games are so fast, and the people playing understand this concept, they don't need to go through everything. But in general, this is what would happen. Your opponent casts this, it goes on the stack. Let's say that I have the mana spare and I want to counter it. I then cast this and it goes on the stack on top. The stack uses what we call FILO, F-I-L-O, which means first in, last out. It resolves effectively in reverse order. So this counter spell is now on the stack. My opponent now gets priority, and they can, if they want to, cast another spell and put that on the stack. And then I can cast another spell and put that on the stack. Once the stack has been filled up and we've both passed priority without putting anything else onto it, We then resolve the stack. If this is the top on the stack, this happens first. It says, counter target artifact or creature spell unless its controller pays 4 generic mana. Now, why does the stack matter? Well, it's because this counter spell needs to have a target spell on the stack. I need to point to something that's trying to happen and say, hey, that can't happen unless something else now happens. So this resolves. The ability counter target spell gets applied to this spell. My opponent now has to pay 4 generic mana, and if they don't or they can't afford to do that, this goes straight to the graveyard instead. It fizzles, it never actually happens, it goes from their hand onto the stack, nothing happens beyond there, then it goes to the graveyard. Countered spells do not go back to the opponent's hand. This would be part of the don't part of the BREAD acronym. Bomb, removal, evasion, aggro, don't. Because this card means that I can say no to my opponent. The reason that I said building around these cards is a bad idea is simply because I don't think you're likely to pull enough of them to build a solid deck. I don't think it's worth building counters into your deck unless you pull loads of them. Because remember, and this is one of the biggest lessons I try to teach new Magic the Gathering players, almost everyone I know that learns to play Magic, what they do is they play to not lose. They gain life. They counter the opponent's spells. They build up their own defensive barriers. But what you have to understand is that playing to not lose doesn't win. If you only have 1 or 2 ways that you could possibly win, you need to play as if they were going to happen. Because if they don't happen, you lose. And if you play in a different way, you lose. If you know that your victory requires a certain chain of events to unfold, play as if the chain's going to happen. Because that is how you win. I see a load of new players say, oh my god, this is amazing, it stops your opponent doing something. I'm like, yes, it does. But it doesn't advance your position on the board. It doesn't make you stronger. It momentarily makes your opponent weaker. And while it's great to be able to counter something, this also gets weaker the further into the game we get, because your opponent will then have 4 mana available. Taking this is fine, but I would always choose a creature over a counter in a limited environment like this, because then I am making my opponent react to me instead of reacting to them. Now, Tact, I can see what you said. If you require a certain chain of events to win, you've built a terrible deck. A beginner deck at best. We're talking about a limited format, not a constructed format. If we're playing a constructed format like Standard, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Pioneer, in that case, yes, you want to build your deck to be as proactive as possible and to actively create the situation that you need to win. In a limited format deck like this is preventing my opponent having a creature, but it's also not giving me a creature. So I tend to not play reactive decks like this. Because what if I draw this card after they've already got their best creature out? It then effectively is a dead card in my hand. It is situational, and I prefer to have things be general instead of situational. So, it's not terrible, but I tend to not go with it. Now, the don't in limited constructed like this tends to mean I can stop you doing something. The don't in drafting, which is very different, is a hate draft. I'm going to take this card from a draft to make sure you can't have it. Now, this is building, not drafting. Drafting, I would explain in a much different way. But in general, don't in drafting is taking something you don't want to see played against you, even if it's not necessarily in the colours that you are drafting. Like if you're drafting and then someone passes you an Eldrazi, you take it, even if you're not playing them, because you don't want somebody else to play it. Pit Automaton, 2 generic, 0 power, 4 toughness, defender. Tap it to add 2 generic mana. I'm sorry, 2 colourless mana, not generic. There's a difference. Spend this mana only to activate abilities. Pay 2 generic and tap. When you next activate an exhaust ability this turn, copy it. You may choose new targets for the copy. Now that will work because it's a wall. I quite like walls. Defender means it can't be declared as an attacker. It does 0 power, so no damage, but the 4 toughness is an interesting point here because 4 tends to be a break point. A lot of stuff has 3 power. We even saw that Lightning Strike, the red removal spell, does 3 damage. This means that Lightning Strike will not kill this. And the fact that Lightning Strike, probably one of the most prominent pieces of removal in the set, will not kill it, means this can survive quite a bit of damage. It will do well. Pit Automaton. Defender, tap, activate abilities. The abilities will be the exhaust stuff that we get. Kraken Hatchling is a great card, without a doubt. Now, because this is no specific colour, it's going to go in the colourless stuff just there. Grease Wrench Goblin. 1 red. Goblin Artificer. Exhaust ability. Pay 2 generic and 1 red. Discard up to 2 cards. Then draw that many cards. Put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. So it's a 2/1 with the ability to discard and draw. Discarding and drawing is something that actually works pretty well for red, seeing as red tends to burn through its cards quite quickly, hence why we call it burning. Let's go with that. Ooh, now we're on to the interesting ones. Guidelight Synergist. 3 generic, 1 white. Flying. This creature gets +1/+0 for each artifact you control. So, 4 toughness. Again, it's a good breakpoint, but the fact that it's going to get stronger with artifacts is nice. This combines with the white-blue artifact commander that we got earlier. We could build around that. I mean, if your opponent plays 2 of those, they're each 1/1s. The flying is decent. It's not going to be the most powerful, but you get a lot of artifacts going on. We're going to be good. Now, just pulled a really interesting card here. And you'll see the set symbol on this is different. Alternate Art, Lord of the Undead. 1 generic, 2 black mana, creature, zombie. We refer to this as a lord because it says other zombies get +1/+1. It then has an activated ability. Pay 1 generic and 1 black and tap this card. Return target zombie from your graveyard to your hand. It's a classic card with new art. Now you'll notice as well that the set symbol, that's the red thing just there because this is mythic, is not the racing flag of Aetherdrift. It is a 5-pointed star. I believe that is because it's from the special set. It's not Foundations, is it? It's just the general kind of special guest cards that they occasionally put in different packs. Now this is a very nice card, Lord of the Undead. That is going there in the black pile. Oh, this has been quite a good pack, to be fair. We've now got another rare card. Howl Squad Heavy. 2 generic, 1 red. Rare. Goblin Mercenary. 2 power, 3 toughness. Start your engines, so we've got the set mechanic. Other goblins you control have haste. So we are going for a Goblin Lord, effectively, but with a haste, not a +1/+1. At the beginning of combat on your turn, create a 1/1 red goblin token. That token attacks this turn if able. And if you have max speed, you can tap this to add 1 red mana for each goblin you control. So, that's pretty good. At the beginning of combat, you get a goblin. It gives the goblin... You're attacking with a 1/1 token every turn, without a doubt. And the fact that it starts your engines means you get the speed mechanic built up. If you hit with that 1/1 token, that's pretty good. It's only 3 mana. You get that out in turn 3, you're doing good. We've even got a goblin there as well. So that's a kind of goblin lord, if you will. How long do you get to build the deck in limited formats? Normally you get between 45 minutes to an hour. This is an absolutely cracked pack. If I pulled this, I would be happy. Automech Artisan. Legendary creature, you can tell by the frame being slightly flourished. 3 generic, 1 green. Human Artificer. Each creature that's attacking one of your opponents has trample. 1 power, 2 toughness. You can pay 1 green and tap it. You may put a creature or vehicle from your hand onto the battlefield. If you put an artifact onto the battlefield, put 2 +1/+1 counters on it. Is it just me, or is that quite good? That's just a slightly more expensive Elvish Piper. Especially if you tap it to give it something that has... Hey, no. Pay 1 green and tap. You may put a creature or vehicle from your hand onto the battlefield. You don't need to pay the creature's casting cost, which means if we're timmying out the frickin' dinosaur, we get it for 1 mana instead of 5. The only thing with this is it needs to survive a turn. If your opponent sees this, it's got 2 toughness, it needs to die. Your opponent plays this, you want to kill it, because otherwise they're getting any creature in their hand for 2. We then have a foil Hull Drifter, which we have pulled before, and a swamp, and a classic zombie token that flips into an elephant token. All right, well, this is not bad. This is not terrible. We're halfway through. We've got some good stuff. And then I'm going to share how I would build this. Do you keep the cards you don't use? Oh, or burn them for the wizard's god? The Wizard of the Coast actually comes to collect them. That's what they do. The wizard comes round and takes them all off you. That is not a bad little pack so far. That is a lovely full art Lord of the Undead. Very happy with that. Right, let's go through. Deathless Pilot, 1 generic, 1 black. Zombie Pilot, 2/2. This creature saddles mounts and crews vehicles as though its power were 2 greater, so it saddles and crews as though it was 4. You can also pay 4 to return the creature card from your graveyard to your hand, which means if your opponent cannot exile this, which is effectively 1 step beyond the graveyard, gone from the game, you get to keep bringing this back, and you get to keep kind of crewing vehicles and saddling stuff as though it was 4. That's also a zombie, and we've got a Lord of the Undead. I don't think zombies were... There's a zombie rat there as well. Zombies is not meant to be an archetype, but we might force it. We might end up forcing zombies in this. Start your engines. I know some people do not like the start your engines mechanic. It encourages fast aggro. It encourages attacking. It is going to very much favour decks that have a lot of young, small aggro going on, like 1-drops and 2-drops. Gear Seeker Serpent. 5 generic, 2 blue. Affinity for artifacts. In the year of our Lord, 2025, Affinity for Artifacts is back. Those of you who lived through the Affinity for Artifacts Standard and Modern. Now you might think, that's an expensive card. It costs 7 to play. It doesn't. This spell costs 1 generic mana less for each artifact you control. So if you control 1 artifact, as in a singular artifact token, or a vehicle, or a creature, then suddenly it costs 4 generic. You control 2 artifacts, it costs 3 generic. The more artifacts you control, the cheaper this gets, and you will find the card having affinity. Yeah. Affinity is an extremely powerful mechanic if you build around it. The affinity mechanic is why the artifact lands were banned. They are just too good. It cannot go below 0. No. Stampeding Scurryfoot. 1 green, creature, mouse, 1/1. Pretty basic so far. Exhaust. Pay 3 generic and 1 green, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature, and create a 3/3 green elephant creature token. Activate each exhaust ability only once. So it is a mouse for 1/1, but it has the ability, when you get to 4 mana, to create a 3/3 green elephant creature token. That's alright. The great thing about this is, it's good on turn 1, because if your opponent plays a 1/1, you don't want to kill it, you don't want to waste a good removal spell on 1/1. But this isn't just a 1/1. This has the potential, as soon as your opponent gets to 4 mana, to create a 3/3. This is decent. This is not bad. It's not great, but it's got utility, which is what I'm looking for in cards. It's got, if you pull this on turn 1, you could play it. You pull it on turn 5, you play it and immediately use the exhaust. We're building a nice little stack of green going on here. Broadcast Rambler. 4 generic, 1 white. Vehicle, 5/4. When the vehicle enters, create a 1/1 colorless Thopter artifact creature token with flying. Crew 1. So, it only costs 1 to crew, and it creates a 1/1 Thopter artifact. So it actually creates the thing it needs to crew itself on the next turn. This is effectively 2 creatures in 1 with the ability to crew. Now, your opponent, are they going to want to kill a 1/1 Thopter? Maybe. Are you going to want... It's got to stay alive for at least 1 turn, but it's got built-in synergy with itself, which I appreciate. Clamorous Ironclad. 3 generic, 1 red, artifact vehicle, 6/3 with menace. This creature can't be blocked except by 2 or more creatures with crew 3 and cycling 1 red. I don't mind things with cycling. It's crew 3 is expensive for what it is. 6/3 with menace, though, is decent. Menace means that it has to be blocked by 2 or more creatures. I like the fact it's got built-in cycling, so it's got redundancy going on there as well. Redundancy is good. Wreckage Witcherfolk. 1 generic, 1 black. When this creature enters, surveil 2. And I like how we have actual reminder text for what surveil does. Look at the top 2 cards of your library, then put any number of them into your graveyard, and the rest on top in any order. Surveil is not scry. Wreckage Wickerfolk. There you go. I said Witcherfolk, not Wickerfolk, because I was looking at it as a scarecrow. My bad. It's got flying as well. Now, the fact that it has a 2 cost and flying means this would come under the E part of the BREAD acronym. This would be what we considered evasive. It's decent. You know, if I pulled 4 or 5 of these in a draft, I'd play all 4 or 5 of them if I was playing black. Black's looking like a decent colour so far. Liking that. Aether Jacket. 3 generic, artifact creature, Thopter. Flying and vigilance, 2 power, 1 toughness. Pay 2, tap, sacrifice this creature, tap and sack. Destroy another target artifact. Activate only as a sorcery. Sorcery means you can only do it on your turn, and the stack is empty on the 1st or 2nd main phase. It's a limited use case, but the fact that it can destroy target artifacts, and artifacts are vehicles, this could blow up a vehicle. But I don't know if I want to dedicate 3 generic mana to it. It might be a bit of a feel-bad card. It's evasive, it's removal. If it cost 2 to play, immediate pick, straight away. If it costs 2 to play, immediate pick. The 3 cost is the only thing putting me off slightly, because you then need to pay another 2 or wait a turn to do it. But it can pop a vehicle, which is decent. If you're killing your opponent's vehicles, if your opponent's playing big vehicles, which they will be, it might be alright. Right. Interface Ace. 1 generic, 1 white. This creature saddles, mounts, and crews vehicles using its toughness rather than its power. When this creature becomes tapped during your turn, untap it. This ability triggers only once each turn. That, in a vehicle deck, is incredibly good. Because you can play this, tap it to crew as a 4 cost, or saddle as a 4 cost, which then immediately untaps it, and you can then tap it again. This could crew 2 vehicles, or saddle 2 mounts. I think that is going to be something good. You tap it, you get 2 vehicles. You get two crew stuff. That's decent. I like that. I like that a lot. If we go with vehicles, that's going in there. And vehicles might be happening because we've got the white and blue vehicle as well, didn't we? Right. Intimidation Tactics. 1 black mana. Sorcery. Oh, I love these kind of cards. Target opponent reveals their hand. You choose an artifact or creature from it and exile that card. With cycling for 3 generic mana. Now, it's not quite Thoughtseize. Thoughtseize, or what was the other one? Kozilek's Inquisition? That was the one. But I really like 1 cost black cards that let you see your opponent's hand. The reason for this is, even if you don't take a really good creature or a really good artifact, if you play this on turn 1, you are then playing the next 3 or 4 turns with the information of what your opponent has. If they've got removal, you can wait until you know they've played it. If they've got creatures, you can hold your removal until they play the creatures and you play that. You are very much operating with more information than your opponent has. And in Magic the Gathering, information is key. If you know what your opponent's doing and they don't know what you're doing, this is good. I think Intimidation Tactics could work. And if your opponent has no cards in hand, just cycle it and draw a card. What is going on? I'm teaching you how to build a deck with some very knowledgeable Magic the Gathering people in the chat, which means if I make a mistake, they can get on at me. Did you tell them the formal amount of time and informal amount of time life of a medium card? How so? What is the formal and informal? You stay a bit, maybe you learn. I'm going through this. Isn't the game slow enough that you figure out what people are doing if you know the meta? In situations like this, you don't know what the meta is going to be. That's the thing. If information is limited, I mean, you can bluff. A lot of Magic is about bluffing. Like, if I've got 1 crap creature and you've got a really big defensive army, and I've got like 2 or 3 cards in my hand and some untapped land, and I attack with my crap creature, and I just sit there smiling, holding my 1 card, part of you is going to be thinking, what's he got? What's he got in his hand? Am I going to block this? Is it a trap? Magic is like playing chess and poker at the same time, because the chess aspect is you know what pieces you have and your opponent has, and poker is, but you don't know what they don't have. You hold up 1 card and some blue mana, you might have anything. Your opponent has no idea. Let's have a look. A card tends to be formally removed from tournaments and informally when the company replaces it with a better straight card. Oh yeah, I understand that, the idea. We're just talking about the building of a deck using a limited card pool right now. So, let's carry on. Adrenaline Jockey. 2 generic, 1 red. Creature. Minotaur Pilot. 3 power, 3 toughness. 3/3 stat line for 3 is pretty average. Whenever a player casts a spell, if it's not their turn, this creature deals 4 damage to them. Whenever you activate an exhaust ability, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. So if your opponent's playing counters, and you're playing this, No. No, you're not playing counters. You're not doing stuff on your turn. Now, 4 damage is not a massive amount, but it is definitely an amount that you need to consider. Because if your opponent does it, 5 times, they've died. So I quite like that. If we end up playing red, this would be going in. This is very nice. I like that a lot. I love the flavor text as well. Either I win or we both lose. Take your pick. That's decent. The fact that it prevents your opponent doing stuff on your turn, countering the counter, I like it. I don't know if we've drawn enough red cards to really make red work in the deck we're going for, but we're doing okay so far. Cloudspire Captain. 2 generic, 1 white. Human pilot. Mounts and vehicles you control get +1/+1, so it's a vehicle and mount lord. This creature saddles mounts and crews vehicles as though its power were 2 greater. So, 4 effectively. It's not bad. If you're playing lots of mounts and vehicles, it could work. I feel that this creature saddles and mounts as though its power were X greater is going to become a keyword, because they've used it enough on enough things. Because ward wasn't a keyword until they worked out that enough creatures had the specific ward ability. I feel crew or mount as though it's greater. Almost like, pilot skill 2 or something like that. Pilot mount skill. But it definitely needs to be a keyword specifically. Let's see what we've got. And then the rare. Captain Howler. Sea Scourge. 2 generic, 1 blue, 1 red. Legendary creature. Shark Pilot. Ward. Pay 2 life. Oh, 2 and pay 2 life. So you cannot target this guy unless you pay 2 additional mana and 2 life. Whenever you discard 1 or more cards, target creature gets +2/+0 until the end of turn for each card discarded this way. Whenever that creature deals combat damage to a player, you draw a card. Now, red and blue are the combination of colours we call Is It, and they are very much about discarding cards and drawing cards quite a lot. So this is a very decent card if you're building around it, though. Now, what's very important is it's 5 power and 4 toughness with ward to pay 2 life. This is both. I'd say this is a bomb. If you play this, your opponent's got to deal with it. It's also evasive because it has ward 2, pay 2 life. Is it aggressive? Well, whenever you discard a card. Cycling is discarding, so this will trigger on cycle as well. This is nice. You build around that, it could make a good thing. As for our foil, Silken Strength. 1 generic, 1 green, enchantment aura. Enchant creature or vehicle. When this aura enters, untap enchanted permanent. Enchanted permanent has +1/+2 and reach. Reach means although the creature does not have flying, it can block other creatures as though it did have flying. That's the way to look at it. Nice little green buff there. And then we get a basic land, which we're not too bothered about. And we get the Thopter token. The Thopter token is great because this is the token that's actually created by the other thing that we got. There was something that made a Thopter token, so that's going to go there. You can use anything to represent tokens, that's fine. Almost the last pack. Ah, yes, a more specific murder. Spin out. 1 generic, 2 black. Destroy target creature or vehicle. Instant speed. Now, old players will recognize this as effectively a more specific murder. Every set has got the generic, it's a black card and it kills things. It's not bad. The fact that it's destroy creature or vehicle is nice, but notice it's not artifact.
Must be actually a vehicle. Goes in black. Skystreak Engineer. 1 generic, 1 blue, human pilot, 1 power, 3 toughness with flying. So, it's decently costed and it's evasive. It's also got an exhaust ability. Pay 4 generic and 1 blue. Put 2 +1/+1 counters on this creature. Exhaust is just a more complex monstrous, to be fair. If you've played during the monstrous area, you'll know that it's decent. It's not bad. You know, you play it on turn 2, it's good, it's going to sit there until you got turn 5. You had nothing to do turn 5, you turn it into a 3/5, it's decent. You could build around it as a core if you pull a few of them. Is it Alacrian Jaguar? 4 generic, 1 green. Cat mount. Is Magic Arena a good way to get into the game? Yeah, I'd say it is, actually. Now, that's a 5-cost creature, but it does have a stat line of 4/4. With Vigilance. Vigilance means when you declare it as an attacker, it does not tap. Whenever this creature attacks while saddled, it gets +2/+2 within a turn, and it has saddle 1. Nice. So you play this on turn 5, you saddle it. For turn 6, you attack with it as a 6/6 with Vigilance. A 6/6 with Vigilance on turn 6, it's nothing to be scoffed at. I feel if you can get this out early, it would be decent. So we're going to bang that there. Inju is doing a really good job, by the way, of hyperlinking all of the cards really fast. Now this is good. This is the whitest of white cards. Ride's End. 4 generic and 1 white pip. Instant speed spell. This spell costs 3 less to cast if it targets a tapped permanent. Exile creature or vehicle. Now, because it's instant, you can play it in response to your opponent declaring an attacker. So if your opponent attacks you with a vehicle or a creature, the moment it taps, you can then cast this for only 1 generic and 1 white to exile it. Exile in a limited format like this is difficult to deal with. That's good removal if you're playing a white deck in limited. Gastal Blockbuster we have seen before. 2 generic, 1 red, Human Berserker 3/2. Just a nice general stat line for the reds. We'll get into the cards we haven't seen much of now, so I'm going to slightly faster with them. If I subscribe, would you do the final pack in Matt Berry voice? I can't do it as well. I'll see what we can do. You and he were buddies once, weren't you? Do you want to play the Scrap Compactor? It only costs 1 generic. It's an artifact. You can pay 3 generic and tap it, and sacrifice it, to deal 3 damage to a target creature. Or 6, tap and sack, to destroy a creature or a vehicle. That's not terrible. It's okay. Now, nice dark, thank you. Garth Marenghi's Dark Place was without a doubt one of the best TV shows. The lines he had was brilliant. Now, that is clunky. I would not say this is a great card. To pay 3, tap and sack to deal 3 damage to a creature. The reason I like this card is because it is a 1-cost artifact. And remember, we've got affinity for artifacts going on. So you get a couple of these, you are permanently reducing the cost of your affinity to artifacts cards. It's effectively a delayed lightning bolt that just sits there on the battlefield. I wouldn't choose it as the first choice for any deck, but if we end up building affinity, we definitely go with it. Guidelight Matrix. 2 generic, another artifact. When this artifact enters, draw a card. You can tap 2 and tap this to target mount you control becomes saddled. You can also tap 2 and tap it, target vehicle becomes an artifact creature. So this effectively is always a pilot. Able, first of all, it replaces itself for 2, which is decent. It's draw a card for 2.
I'm not even particularly bothered about the 2 lower abilities. I'm just bothered about the draw a card for 2. If I can't find anything else to put in, I would stick this in. Draw a card for 2 is normally okay. Boosted Sloop. 1 generic, 1 blue, 1 red. Artifact vehicle, 3/3. So 3/3/3, basic stat lines. Menace. Whenever you attack, draw a card, then discard a card, which I think is rummage. Crew 1. Standard. I don't think. I wouldn't personally play this. Greenbelt Guardian. 1 generic, 1 green. 2/2. So a 2/2 for 2. We tend to call a 2/2 for 2 a bear, because the card bear had 2 power, 2 toughness, and cost 2. This is an elf ranger, but it also has an activated ability. You can pay 1 green mana, target creature gains trample until end of turn. That's not bad. You can also exhaust for 3 generic and a green to put 3 +1/+1 counters on this creature. So it becomes a 5/5. That is not the worst card. I feel that if we end up playing a green deck, that would go in. Pride of the Road. 3 generic, 1 white. Zombie Cat Warrior. 2 power, but 5 toughness. That is decent. Vigilance. Start your engines, which means it does the entire set mechanic, which I forgot was a thing. And then max speed. Remember, the set mechanic speed is, if you have any speed, it's not damage, when you cause loss of life to an opponent on your turn, your speed goes up by 1. Maximum is 4. This card, when you have maximum speed, at the beginning of your turn, target creature or vehicle you control gains double strike, which means it will hit twice in the combat phase. That's not bad, but I feel that you very much need to build around it to have lots of vehicles. I feel that we haven't pulled enough white cards to really make white good. Plow through. 1 green. Sorcery. Choose 1. Target creature you control fights target creature and opponent controls. And some reminder text. Each deals damage to the other equal to its power. Or you can choose the other version, which is destroy target vehicle. So that is effectively a 1-cost destroy vehicle. And seeing as there's lots of vehicles in this set, I feel that's going to come in pretty handy at some point. Green is seeming pretty juicy right now. I feel that we might go with green, but let's see what else we've got here. We've got to the rare. Duretti. Rocketeer, Engineer. 5 cost, 4 generic, 1 red. Legendary creature, Goblin Artificer. Duretti's power is equal to the greatest mana value among artifacts you control. When Duretti enters or attacks, choose an artifact card in your graveyard. You may sacrifice an artifact. If you do, return the chosen card to the battlefield. It's got 5 toughness. 5 toughness for 5 is okay. I feel this is a good commander. I don't really want to be sacrificing too many artifacts in my limited deck, but it is a goblin. And if I remember correctly, didn't we have some goblin stuff that ended up going quite well? We ended up... Sure, we had a goblin at some point. Was it a goblin or was it it may have been a zombie that we had? We got a decent zombie, but I'm sure there was a good goblin. Was it a multicolored card? We had a goblin that made more goblins, didn't we? It was the Goblin Not Lord. That's what it was. That was it, the Howl Squad Heavy. Okay, so I feel that right now we've actually got potentially like a goblin thing going on. We go with red and green. I don't always go Gruul, but we go red and green. We could have some decent things going on here. What else we got? The Shiny. Ah, sweet. Okay. The Shiny in this pack is Wickerfolk Indomitable. Artifact creature, Scarecrow. 3 generic, 1 black, 4/3. You may cast this card from your graveyard by paying 2 life and sacrificing an artifact or creature in addition to paying 4 mana again. So it's got some graveyard recursion. Recursion's always good in limited format because you really want to be increasing the chances that you've got, and then a nice double land entering tapped, tapping for either white or blue. Treasure goes over there. Final pack, let me build a deck. Black artifacts seem strong for this deck. So far, we're not doing too badly. We're not doing terribly. Let's see what we've got. Now, I've only opened the packs that I am building this pre-released deck out of. But if you are enjoying watching me open packs, we do have more. It's always nice to see if you end up getting a rare or a mythic, isn't it? I was going to keep them to play drafting with my friends, but if you're enjoying this, I'll give you a little 1 or 2 as a treat. Right, let's see what we get. Okay, so this is another vanilla creature. 2 mana, 3 power, 2 toughness. It's fine, just a basic vanilla one. It's green though, which adds up the green creature count, which I think is nice. Lotus Guard Disciple. 2 generic, 1 white. When this creature enters, target creature or vehicle gains lifelink and indestructible until end of turn. That is a very white card. That is remarkably white. Giving something lifelink and indestructible is nice, but you need to have another creature you can give it to. It's only good when it enters. I want stuff that's good afterwards. Lifelink in limited is good though, because it's decent. Thunderhead Gunner. 4 generic, 1 red. Shark Pirate. Reach, 4/5. Discard a card whenever you want to draw a card. Activate only as a sorcery and only once each turn. That would have synergy with stuff that cares about discarding cards. So, there's a potential red tech going on there. Shark Boy. Where's Lava Girl? Ripclaw Wrangler. 3 generic, 1 black. Artifact, vehicle. When the vehicle enters, each opponent discards a card. I like it already. Costs 2 to crew. That is decent. The fact that it's a 4 mana discard a card and then you get something, that's what I mean by saying it does multiple things. It's not the cheapest to make your opponent discard a card, but if I was playing black, I'd happily go with that. Nimble Thopterist. 3 generic, 1 blue. Veldarken Artificer. When the creature enters, create a 1/1 Thopter artifact with flying, 3/2. So, stat line's not terrible. The fact that it gives you a token artifact is good. This also applies to the affinity for artifacts, so it would make more artifacts. It's not terrible. Let's go with the blue over there. All right, let's see what we've got now. Dynamite Diver. Goblin. 1 red, 1/1. This creature saddles, mounts, and crews vehicles, although its power were 2 greater. When this creature dies, it deals 1 damage to any target. Simple. Nice, simple, easy goblin. You play it for 1 on turn 1. If it gets a hit in, great. If it doesn't get a hit in, as soon as it dies, it still pings your opponent for 1. It's another goblin. I feel like we're building up quite the pile of goblins so far. Avishkar Raceway. Start your engines. So that's the actual set mechanic. Tap to add 1 colorless mana. At max speed, pay 3, tap it, discard a card, and draw a card. That doesn't seem great for max speed. Like, I like the fact that it's the set mechanic, that it starts the whole thing, and I like the fact that it taps for the colorless, but paying 3 to discard a card and draw a card when you need a card, it's okay. It's okay. The most important thing about there is starting your engines and getting the speed thing going on. It introduces the speed as a land. That's what it does. Spike Shell Harrier. 4 generic, 1 blue. 4/4, Robot Turtle. When this creature enters, return target creature or vehicle an opponent controls to its owner's hand. If the opponent's speed is greater than each other player's speed, reduce the opponent's speed by 1. This cannot reduce it below 1. That's a blue shell. It's literally a blue shell because it hits the person who's going fastest. And it reduces their speed. It bounces a vehicle back to their hand and makes them go slower. It's literally the blue shell from Mario. Brilliant. Oh my god. Flavor is perfect. Nintendo, please don't sue them. Great card. All round flavor win. Back on track. 4 generic, 1 black. Sorcery. Return target creature or vehicle from your graveyard to the battlefield. Create a 1/1 colorless pilot token with this token saddles, mounts, and crews vehicles as though its power were 2 greater. For 5, return. So it's a reanimator that also brings a token. Reanimation is okay. The fact that it's to the battlefield is good. But to me, reanimation is always relatively situational about getting stuff into the graveyard quickly. And ideally, you don't want stuff in the graveyard. Right. Unswerving Sloth. 3 generic, 2 white. 5/5 for 5. Whenever this creature attacks while saddled, it gains indestructible until the end of turn. Untap all creatures you control. Saddle for 4. So, it taps. You crew it. You attack with it, or you saddle it. You attack with it. And therefore, the creature that you saddled it with then untaps to be used as a defender next turn. Good. Typhoon Flame says, you've made me start playing MTG Arena. Thanks, Josh. That's exactly what Daddy Hasbro wanted to hear. I'll let the Wizard of the Coast know that it was totally worth it. So far, Aetherdrift has got quite a nice flavour to it, to be fair. Autarch Mammoth. 4 generic, 2 green. When this creature enters, and whenever it attacks while saddled, create a 3/3 green elephant creature token. Saddle 5. Tap any number of other creatures with total power 5 or more. The mount becomes saddled. So this not only generates a token when it enters, it generates a token every time it attacks, provided that you can keep saddling it. Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. If we can keep saddling that, fantastic. The rare card from the set. Spectacular Pileup. 3 generic, 2 white. Sorcery. All creatures and vehicles lose indestructible until end of turn, then destroy all creatures and all vehicles. Cycling 2. So it's like a Wrath of God that can't be dodged with indestructible. Because some cards have said, hey, indestructible. This is basically everything dies. Everything dies. That was it. Cycling is good on this. Cycling is good. What is the most expensive Magic the Gathering card I have? Probably one of the serialized One Rings, but that is in another room. Right, let's check this. Not the 1 out of 1. That went to Posty Malone. And the shiny card, Hour of Victory. 2 generic, 1 black. Start your engines, enchantment. When this enchantment enters, create a 2/2 black zombie creature token. And at max speed, pay 2, sacrifice this enchantment, search your library for a card, put it into your hand. Okay, so it's basically a zombie and a set mechanic. Like I feel that a 2/2 zombie token, the max speed is fine. The max speed effectively turns it into a tutor. Yeah, it's a tutor effect, it's a set mechanic, and it's a token. It's a couple of things all in one card, which is fine. We then have a Jungle Hollow dual land, which is both black and green. And then we have a full art of the Salvation Engine alternate art. So, these are the cards we have. What we now need to do is build a deck out of everything we've built and we've pulled. We need to build a 40-card deck. I'm going to talk you through how we do that and what we need to be thinking about when we build a 40-card deck. Now, the first thing that's extremely important is you probably don't want to go with all 5 colours. In fact, going with all 5 colours, it's at 40 card or 40 minimum. Technically, it's 40 card minimum. However, going off probability, you are more likely to draw the cards that you put in your deck the fewer a deck has. Now, if you want to go with 41 or 42, obviously not the end of the world, but I would always encourage you to build the smallest deck you possibly can, because then you are simply more likely to see the cards that you've put into it. You want to build more, but personally, I want to put in the quality cards, not simply the quantity cards. Because the more cards I put in, I'm being forced to put in worse and worse and worse cards out of the pool I've got. Now, 60 cards is indeed the minimum if you are playing a standard, modern, legacy, vintage game. Because we are playing a limited constructed game, specifically building out of 6 packs, it's only 40 cards. If you're playing Commander, it's 100. Now, normally, what I tend to do when it comes to constructed like this is I'll go with 22 to 24 non-land cards, and then I'll do 18 to 16 land cards, depending on how kind of land heavy my deck needs to be. But in general, 22 to 24 non-land is a good baseline to aim for. So what we need to do is find the best combination of 22 to 24 cards amongst these with some synergy. Now, ideally, I only want to play 2 colours. The reason for this is I don't want to have to include 3 different colours of land within my deck and risk not pulling the colour I need. I would rather go with 2 colours. 2 is good. Now, you've seen the specifics of what I've pulled. So why don't you guys vote on the deck we make, and then I'll show you how I would build it. Question. Deck colors. Let's go with the order specifically, which is white, blue, black, red, green. And I will choose, likely, the 2 highest. Now, just before we start this poll, in fact, I'm going to put the poll for 2 minutes, and it's started now. Vote for the 2 colours you would like to see. You can only vote for 1, so vote for your favourite. Let's go through them again. In the white pile, let's have a look at the rares we pulled. We pulled the Wrath of God. Everything dies. That's quite good. It's a full reset. As far as rares go, that was the only white rare. We got no other specific white rares. We did, in the multicoloured ones, get the Cloudspire Coordinator and the Guide Light, which are not bad, but they both combo with red and with blue. I don't personally think white has enough to be a good pile right there. Blue. We got the blue shell, but I'm looking for the rares and the mythics to see what we build around, what the powers are, what the bombs are. We got the Repurposing Bay, which is effectively birthing pod in an artifact, so we can sacrifice other artifacts to get other artifacts. Sacrificing is not always the best choice when you have a limited amount of things on the battlefield, but it is still a possibility. Now, black. Black ended up being pretty goddamn strong here. We got
This is the only one with a mythic in as well. We got the alternate art Lord of the Undead Zombie Lord. Other zombies get +1/+1, so that's nice and making zombies powerful. That was the only rare from that one. Red I think we actually did quite well with. Red wasn't a bad choice. We got quite a few goblins going on with this. We got the Howl Squad Heavy Goblin Lord as well, which gives us a goblin every turn. If I was building specifically, I'd probably go with that. We also got the Rocket Engineer, whose power is equal to the artifacts that we have, the greatest mana value among artifacts, but I can see the votes going a certain way already. The vote is being skewed toward green and black. We're getting a bit of gruel going on. Now, green, each creature that's attacking one of your opponents. All right, black and green, we're doing it, guys. I'm not even showing you the rest. We're going black and green. That's what we're building. White cards, you were great. Blue cards, you were fine. Red, you've probably got potential within you, but black and green is how we're there. Did we get any black and green combos? No, we didn't. Black and green. Now, of the lands we got, that one is black and green. That one is the set mechanic. That one's useless. That one is black and white. That one's red and green. These two are both useless. These are the colourless cards we got as well. Fake fan, black-green is Golgari. Oh, I said Gruul, didn't I? That was red and green. Guide-like Matrix, when this enters, draw a card. I like it. Scrap Compactor, it's... To be fair, these are all fine. These can all go in stuff if we need them to. They are potentials. What we do now is we look at the best cards we have within the whole kind of black and green group that we've got. Which are the badass cards that we pulled? Let's have a look. Zombies. Return target creature. That is a sorcery. Vehicle. Creature. Let's find out where we're going to put all these. Because we might just not have many creatures. I'm going to divide these down by creatures. Zombies. Zombies. Am I going to end up playing zombies? You never expect to play zombies. And yet, I mean, to be fair, we got a 7/2 crocodile, that's pretty good. And then an artifact, which is also removal. And the zombie rat. Right, how many zombies do we end up with? 1, 2, 3. 3 zombies. Okay, it's not terrible. It's not awful. But black, I don't think, is where the power of this deck is. I think it's in green. Right, the Artisan. That is the one that allows us to put a creature onto the battlefield. Let's be real, guys. We're building around this, aren't we? We're building around the 9/7 World Tyrant. Everything comes down to the Dinosaur Ooze. Everything else was honestly just set dressing. This is the one. This is the Dinosaur Ooze boy. So that's the big chungus right there. Let's just divide up what we've got. Green creature. Green creature. Instant. Creature. 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 Sorcery. Creature. Creature. Aura. Creature. Artifact. Are we just not playing vehicles? I know the entire point of this stream was to advertise Aetherdrift, the set which is all about vehicles and start your engines. And we've gone, all right, boys, creatures and zombies. We're going back to the mid-2000s. We're doing creatures, zombies. We're doing green stompy. And then Wizards will look at us and go, Josh, you were very much meant to advertise the mechanics of Aetherdrift. No. Shut up, Wizards. Dinosaurs, zombies. That's what this set is. We're going old school here. It's your fault for putting a dinosaur in the set. Really. If you didn't want me to play zombies, why zombies? If you didn't want me to play big stompy green creatures, why are you putting them in the set, Wizards? What's going on? What's happening there?
this is what we're doing. Dinosaurs that can drive, don't care. We're probably not playing vehicles. It's an entire vehicle-based set. We're not doing it. It's not happening. They probably need more vehicles in this, but no. So let's see what we've got. Now, how many cards are here? If we were to just take all of these cards and smash them together into a massive deck, how many cards would we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so there's 29 cards here. I did say that the best would ideally be 22 to 24 non-land. So we effectively need to just remove about 6 cards. So what are the worst 6 cards of this set here? In fact, if we include the cards that are colourless, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. Got 4 colourless cards here as well. I don't think we're playing anything that has synergy with affinity for artifacts here. And because of that, because we aren't playing affinity for artifacts, we probably don't need any specific artifacts. So this Scrap Compactor card, that I only really chose because of the affinity for artifacts ability, is not necessarily what we need. The Guide-Light Matrix is pay 2, and when this artifact enters, draw a card. It was also only there to increase the artifact kind of count. I don't think it's necessary. It saddles creatures, it mounts, it crews vehicles, it saddles creatures. I still don't think it's necessary specifically, so that's not really helping us. Pit Automaton, we can tap this. It's a defender. Defenders are always nice, but I feel that we're going aggressive here. And the old 2-1 Flying Thopter. I'll save those for later, but I don't think either of them are going to go into the deck right now. We need to take away the 6 worst cards from this entire set. Now, we could look at the mana curve that we've got, which is very important to do. Let me explain the mana curve. Let's just take everything out. We need to get rid of 6 cards, but where do we get rid of them from? Where do the 6 cards go away from? Well, we can make this much simpler by looking at the mana curve. The mana curve is quite simply the cost of cards from 1 up to wherever we got to. So this costs 3 mana. That costs 3. What I'm going to do is organize them by cost. And then we can see if there is a cost that simply has way too many cards. And then we know that we likely want to be cutting from that cost specifically. Now, in most games, I like to have quite a lot of cards early on that cost 1 or 2 mana. However, in limited construction like this, you can actually afford to go with slightly more expensive cards. What we don't want are loads of very expensive cards, because if we have an opening hand of like all high cost cards, what are we doing? And then that's our mana curve. 1, 2, 3 cost, 4, 5, 6 cost. Now, when you cut cards from this, you ideally want something you can do turn 1, 2, or 3. Then you want to ramp into the stuff in turn 4. You don't want too much stuff on turn 5. So I feel that we can probably cut. We've got to get away with, what, 6 cards? It's not a bad looking curve. Let's have a look at the very top card here. This one here. Because if this is worse than all of these 4, I'll just get rid of this. Now, the curve isn't bad as it is, but we still need to cut 6 cards to get us down to 40. The Mammoth, when this enters and whenever it attacks while saddled, create a 3/3 elephant. So that's actually 2 creatures on 1. That's very nice. We're not cutting the dinosaur ooze. It's good. A 4/4
is fine. A Siphon Fuel. Target creature gets -6/-6 and you gain 2 life, and back on track. Here we go. Return target creature or vehicle from your graveyard to the battlefield. Create a 1/1 pilot token. Do we need a reanimator effect when we already have a load of creatures? What would be better, having another creature or having a reanimator effect? I feel that by the time I get to 5 mana, I don't want to be reanimating stuff. I want to be casting new things. This also relies on my opponent killing stuff, which doesn't really go with my plan. So I'm going to take back on track and get rid of this because it's a sorcery card. I would rather have another creature. So that's one of the cards we've cut. I feel all the rest here absolutely fine. Let's have a look at the 4 cost that we've got going on as well. That is the human creature that gives everything trample. That's pretty nice. I quite like that. Ripclaw Wrangler. It's a vehicle. When this vehicle enters, each opponent discards a card. It costs 2 to crew. When this creature enters, mill 2 cards, then put a +1/+1 counter on this creature for each artifact and or creature card in your graveyard. Now, interesting one here. Ooze Patrol. I don't know if this is good. I actually don't think this is going to be good for us at all. Tell you why. Inju, we'll do the lands soon, don't you worry. This one. This is the mill card. When it enters the battlefield, we mill 2 cards, and it's only a 2/2 for 4 mana. I don't think I'm going to feel good casting this because I don't have enough graveyard recursion or synergy to match up with it. So we're going to get rid of that. It's not helping my build. You may cast this from your graveyard by paying 2 life. That's fine. It's got some cool stuff going on. I don't need this many 3 costs. So let's see if we can get rid of one of the 3 costs. When do we dimension the dice? First of all, we play card games on motorcycles. Then we dimension the dice. Now, the 3 costs. This is where we've got a lot. Now, your 2 and your 3 costs are actually pretty good, but I want to see if any of these just don't match the strategy that we're currently going for. Let's see what we've got. Loxodon Surveyor, a 3/3 for 3 with a max speed ability. Target creature gets +4/+4. I'm going to divide these into creatures and non-creatures. In fact, there'll be artifacts as well. Lord of the Undead. That is a nice lord. We're keeping that. This big Hunger Tyrant 7/2. We're keeping it as well. It's badass. When this creature enters, mill 2 cards, then return a creature or vehicle from your graveyard to your hand. I don't think we want to be milling ourselves in this draft. Milling in this draft wouldn't be great. Let's get rid of that. Spin out, destroy target creature or vehicle. We're definitely keeping that. It's just straight up kill spell. It's nice. Draw 2 cards. Each player loses 2 life. Nice. That's what we call gas. And the start your engine zombie enchantment. I quite like that. I feel that the Velo Heart Bike, this one here, can tap to add 1 mana of any color. That is decent. I want to kind of keep that for the time being. So I've got rid of 3. Let's have a look at our 2 costs. And then let's have a look at our 1 costs. We are learning slowly. I don't have a... You know, that's true. I actually don't have a lot of zombie synergy going on. However, the Lord of the Undead does have the tap to return zombie card from graveyard to hand. So that does have a decent amount of zombie synergy with the 2 creatures that I've got. So I'm still going to keep the Lord of the Undead in. The reason I would play this card is flexing. You have to understand that when you're playing limited, there is a level of flexing that's relevant. If you pull a cool card, you've got to play it. Because there's that moment when your opponent looks at it and goes, oh, that's cool. And that is worth almost as much as a win. If you win with this cool card, even better. I pulled an alternate art Ulamog when we were doing the Phyrexian invasion kind of thing, and that went straight in. My opponent killed it every time I played it. But there is a level of powerful flexing
that comes with playing the alternate art Ulamog. So, Lord of the Undead, staying in, simply for the flex. That's staying in. These, also staying in. Let's have a look at our 2-drops, see what we've got. Yeah, triggering your opponent with cool cards. You've got to do it every now and again. That's a Lizard with Death Touch. It's staying. That's a 3/2 for 2, which is very basic. Target Elf Ranger. I quite like it. The Deathless Pilot. That's... All right, what's the worst 2-drop we've got here? In limited formats, I don't like cards like this. This is a relatively situational card. Enchant creature or vehicle, untap it, gains +1/+2 and has reach. It's not bad, but the art is nice. Now, reach seems relatively redundant in this because I'm going to be just ramming everything into the opponent anyway. It is shiny, but I feel that I would rather have any of these creatures in my hand than this. But it has got flash, which means it can be used to defend. So what is the worst 2-drop creature? I think the worst 2-drop creature I've got is this basic 3/2 here. This is a vanilla 3/2 that does nothing. I like the Elf, I like the Death Touch, that's got flying, that can be returned from graveyard to hand, it's got recursion, that's got a little thing. I feel this is the weakest of the 2-drop cards, so it's going away. Then we have a look at the 1-drops. Let's see what we've got. 1/1 mouse that also creates a green elephant token in the future. It's staying. He's a little cutie patootie. He's great. Plow through. Target creature you control fights target opponent, destroy vehicles. Nice. Engine Rats. A zombie. It's staying for the synergy. The Grim Bauble. It's a 2/2. It's a bit of removal. Intimidation tactics. Target opponent reveals their hand. That's staying. I like that. I feel the weakest of all of these cards. What's the weakest? What is the weakest of all of these? Now, the vanilla isn't a terrible... It's not a terrible creature, but you've got to go down more. I feel that these are actually all fine, and I would be better served by cutting more cards up here. These are actually all pretty solid cards. We've got removal, we've got Death Touch, we've got effectively removal for destroying vehicles, we've got a creature that becomes a bigger creature, and we've got cycling and getting rid of the hand. There is nothing that I want to get rid in the 1-drops here. If they were 1-drops that only worked on turn 1, I wouldn't be bothered about them. But they are 1-drops that also work on turn 3, 4, 5. I don't... See, if I draw a 1-drop late in the game and I'm thinking, oh man, this would have been so useful earlier in the game, then I'm annoyed. I could pull any of those on turn 4, 5, or 6 and still think, yeah, this is pretty good. I could pull any of these and think they were pretty good. The reason I cut the vanilla creature is because if I pulled that on like turn 6, I wouldn't think that it's great. Let's have a look at the higher up cards as well. Is that good enough? Yes, it is. I probably want to cut, I want to say 2 more cards from in here somewhere. Let's have a look at what we've got back in the 3s. 3/3 for 3 with start your engines. A 3/3 for 3. I'm not going to worry about max speed. The reason I'm not worrying about max speed is because if I get to max speed, I've hit my opponent 4 times. With the creatures I've got, if I have hit my opponent 4 times, I would hope to have won. What I don't really want to do, is plan for the game to go super long. I want to build up to this unstoppable wave and then just overrun. This is not lots of small pings. That's kind of a red-blue thing to do. This is more of a build up and then overrun moment. We're going in for 1 or 2 massive swings. That's the plan. So a 3/3 for 3 with start your engines. If that didn't have any of its abilities, it would just be a 3/3 for 3. The bike I like because when it enters I gain 2 life and it can tap to add 1 mana of any colour. I'm not even considering this a creature, I'm considering that Ramp. Ramp is getting mana faster. So we're going with that. The Lord of the Undead. This is probably objectively one of the weakest creatures in the deck. If I pulled the regular art of that, I would not play it. Let's be fair. I feel that we're trying to force zombies into something that doesn't really need zombies forced into it. But I am going to play it because it's the full art, and that's important. Why is the DVD logo in the corner? Because some people just can't pay attention, so I thought I'd give you something like Subway Surfers. Hour of Victory. It's a 3-cost card that starts the set mechanic and gives me a 2/2 black zombie that I can sacrifice as a tutor, but only at max speed. Again, I'm not sold on this max speed stuff. Risky Shortcut. Draw 2 cards, each player loses 2 life. I'm kind of fine with that. That's a basic murder, and that's a +4/+4. That's a 7/2 creature, which is badass. What's the weakest of these cards? What is the weakest? Mana Fixing, Zombie Lord, draw 2, lose 2, start your engines, get a zombie token, and then have a tutor effect in the future. We've then got the Loxodon. I feel Loxodon Surveyor might be the weakest of these, to be fair. But Bestow Greatness. Target creature gets +4/+4 and gains trample until end of turn. I am often tricked into taking buff cards when instead I would just rather take creature cards. It does give trample though, which is nice. Yeah, that wins the game if you play it at the right turn. Which of these doesn't win the game? It's super annoying because they're all good. Yeah, I feel these are pretty decent, apart from the Loxodon Surveyor, which is not the best. But I don't want to cut too many creatures. I think this is the weakest card of this selection. So this is a potential contender to cut. We've only got to cut 2 more cards. Everything else is staying. So we've got Removal, Mana Fixing, Game-Winning Swing, Card Draw, Flex. I suppose Hour of Victory is basically set mechanic, zombie, and tutor once we get there. And then massive 7/2 vanilla. Let's have a look at these things again. That's a potential to get rid of. Potential. The Automech Artisan. This is very nice. Each creature that's attacking one of your opponents has trample. You may put a creature or vehicle from your hand onto the battlefield. If you put an artifact, put 2 +1/+1 counters on it. So it's basically getting us cheaper creatures. We want to keep this in. Ripclaw Wrangler. When this creature enters, opponent discards a card. Crew 2. And the Wicker Folk Indomitable. 4/3 for 4. I feel of these, the weakest is the Ripclaw Wrangler. Yes, it has a nice opponent discards a card ability on it, but that is more of a black flavour, whereas we're going with a very green, heavy flavour. The fact that it has crew means in order to use it as a vehicle, as an attacker, I need to tap something else. And everything else I've got, I actually think I want attacking on their own. Because we've got stuff with Death Touch, we've got stuff that has saddle abilities that create more things. I feel the Ripclaw Wrangler is probably one of the weakest ones as well. It's also an artifact, and I know there's lots of artifact destruction in this deck, so I feel this might be one of the weaker parts of it. So that's nice and is definitely staying. The Indomitable is a creature and doesn't need to be crewed and is definitely staying. Let's have one more look at what we have here. This one here, Siphon Fuel. Target creature gets -6/-6 until end of turn. You gain 2 life. That kills something big. I think I kind of want to keep that around. Killing something big, that is decent. That's staying because it's massive, and that's also staying because it's 4/4. I feel that if I had time to build the deck, what I would be cutting would be the Wrangler and the Loxodon Surveyor. I don't like the idea of cutting a creature, but I feel that we have enough other creatures that do better things than this. So let's see what happens if we take these out. Now let's have a quick count up of how many cards we have in total. Then I'll go through and we'll look at all the other stats of the deck, and then I'll talk you through if
you were playing, how you would build this. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3. 23. That's fine. I'll go with 17 lands. Not a problem at all. So we have 17 lands. Remember that? I'll come back to that in a second. We'll work out the exact ratio of lands that we need in a minute. But what I'm going to do now is look at the mechanical aspects of the deck that we've just built. Siphon Fuel is removal. Remember that bread mechanic we had at the start? Bomb, removal, evasion, aggro, don't. Let's see what we've got. So, Siphon Fuel, that is removal. That kills stuff. The World Tyrant, that's a bomb. It's a 9/7. That's sticking there. We like that. The Jaguar. Vigilance, when this creature attacks, it gets +2/+2. It's not quite a bomb, but it's definitely aggressive. So, bomb, removal, evasion, aggro. That is an aggressive creature that we can attack with. Silken Strength. Flash, enchant creature or vehicle, enchanted permanent gets +1/+2 and has reach. I feel this is part of the don't pile. And the reason this is the don't pile is because if my opponent attacks, I then flash in Silken Strength, which can enchant something, untap it, and use it as a blocker. This is a response. It's not quite removal because it isn't killing stuff, but it is stopping my opponent doing what they want to do. So I'd put it in that pile. There's no definite right or wrong with this. To me, it seems more like a don't do that card. Deathless Pilot, saddles mounts, return this card from your graveyard hand. That's evasion. It evades stuff because it can just come back. Bomb, removal, evasion, aggro, don't. Flying, therefore it's evasive. Death Touch. Would you count Death Touch as removal? I wouldn't. I would count it as evasive. No, it's aggressive. Because you attack with Death Touch, your opponent does not want to block it. This is hard to kill. This is good to attack with. Consider it that way. Aggro, I would say that Death Touch is definitely aggressive. It's a good blocker, don't get me wrong. It could go in either of these, but I'm probably going to attack with it because when this creature attacks while saddled, it gets +0/+3, so it can be even stronger. Intimidation Tactics. Target opponent reveals their hand. You choose an artifact or creature, and they exile that card. I would consider this removal. The reason I would consider this removal is because you're effectively removing a creature before it has even been played. So we are removing a threat from our opponent's hand instead of their opponent's board. Grim Bauble, -2/2, definitely removal. Stampeding Scurryfoot. This is the one that it's a 1/1, but you can also exhaust it to get a 3/3 elephant creature token. It's not evasive in itself, but it's pretty aggressive for it to stay on the battlefield, so we'll go with that just there. Plow Through, destroy target vehicle. It's removal. Engine Rat, Death Touch. Yeah, I'd say that's probably aggressive. We can attack with that. It's a 1/1, and it's got an ability that can lose 2 life repeatedly. It's not evasive. It can be targeted by stuff, so we attack with that. These are our defensive. These are our aggressive. When this creature enters and whenever it attacks while saddled, create a 3/3 green elephant creature token. I would say that's probably one of our bombs. This creature, when it enters, it's a 5/5 for 6. When it enters, we get a 3/3 token. When it attacks while saddled, we get another 3/3 token. If our opponent doesn't deal with this in a couple of turns, they are in trouble. Now. This is one of the mechanical aspects of our plan. You may put a creature or vehicle card from your hand onto the battlefield. It's Elvish Piper. That's what it is. It's basically Elvish Piper. The question is, where do we stick this? The Elvish Piper, I would count as one of the bombs that we play. Because if our opponent doesn't deal with it, we're getting a creature every turn, provided we have cards in our hand, which I think we likely will do. That is when that hits the board, your opponent's got to deal with it. That's important.
Right. Wicker Folk Indomitable. 4/3. You may cast this card from your graveyard. Because you can cast it from my graveyard, it's probably relatively evasive. Our opponent's going to need to exile this. If they don't exile it, they're in trouble. Spin outs, destroy target creature or vehicle. That's just straight up removal. Veloheart Bike. That is actually mana fixing. I'm not even bothered about the fact that it is a vehicle. It is mana fixing. So it is not necessarily bomb, removal, evasion, aggro, or don't. It's just, I'm counting this as land. But I'm going to stick this in don't for the time being because it doesn't fit anywhere else. Bestow Greatness. Target creature gets +4/+4 and gains trample until end of turn. This is... It's not quite removal. It's not quite evasion. I would say it's an aggressive strategy to go with this. But is this one of our bombs as well? Is it one of the bombs? Yeah, +4/+4. It's a game ender. This is a game ender. You don't play this unless you're smacking your opponent for a huge amount of damage. So I think we stick that in the bomb at the start because that's very important. We lose that, we're in trouble. It's part of our synergy. Risky Shortcut. Draw 2 cards. Each player loses 2 life. It's not removable, not evasion, not aggro. We'll stick it in with the don't. Kind of support synergy, if you will. It's a combat trick. It's definitely a combat trick. Lord of the Undead is, strangely, not one of our bombs. Are we going to attack with it? I would say it's evasive because it's getting graveyard recursion going on. But is it a don't? Is it stopping our opponent doing stuff? It's cool. It's not bomb. It's not removal. It's not evasive because it's not hard to kill. It's not aggro because we're not going to be attacking with it a lot. It's a support card. It is a support creature that effectively makes our opponent think. I'm going to be real with you. I think we could probably cut Lord of the Undead for something else. I know this sounds horrible, but if I were playing for an actual tournament prize, Lord of the Undead is a 3-cost. Loxodon Surveyor is a 3-cost with a 3/3, a better stat line. Even... Hell, I'd probably play the Cruiser that makes your opponent get rid of something. Discard a card. If I absolutely had to, if I was playing seriously, we would cut Lord of the Undead for the Loxodon Surveyor instead. But it's staying because it's a sexy card. I don't have enough zombies for it to perform consistently. But it's not about performing consistently. Like the deck, it's not about being consistent. You don't need to be consistent in your performance. This deck is following my strategy of one very powerful ram and then it's over. That's just how these things work. I'm playing what I know. Hour of Victory. Enchantment, start your engines. Yeah, it's a tutor, it gets you a zombie. It's not removal. It's not... Definitely not one of the bombs. Not that important. It's a fake bomb in a way, isn't it? The Hour of Victory. Start your engines. So we get the set mechanic. When the enchantment enters, create a 2/2 black zombie creature token. Cool. And sacrifice the enchantment, search your library for a card, put it into your hand, activate it as a sorcery. It is a tutor. I suppose in a way it's aggressive because we're going to be attacking with the 2/2. We're going to be attacking with the 2/2 token it makes just for that. And that is the Hunger Tyrant 7/2. I feel that a 7/2 is a bomb that your opponent's got to deal with, otherwise they die. Like, that's important. Greenbelt Guardian, creature gains trample. That is that's aggressive. That is staying, and it is aggressive. 5 bombs. 5 ways to remove opponent's creatures. 3 creatures of ours that are evasive and will be difficult to get rid of. 6 creatures that are going to be good at attacking and putting pressure on the enemy. 4 cards that either
support the tactics we're going for, or make our opponent's life a little bit more difficult, or give us some more gas to draw some cards. So Lord of the Undead is mostly for the memes of playing it. Risky shortcut to get some more cards into our hand. Vela Hotbike for mana fixing, and Silken Strength because it's a flash enchantment and could potentially affect all of these things. I would say that is a decent spread of stuff. We have choices, we have synergy, we have a bit of complexity going on with it, and we don't have too many cards here. Yeah, the Lord of the Undead, someone can... That's just a target for removal. If our opponent has a kill spell, they're going to kill the Lord of the Undead, which is fine. Because if they kill the Lord of the Undead, they're not killing the Hunger Tyrant, which has got 7 power. Now, we have 17 lands to play around with. Which lands do we already have? We have a Jungle Hollow, which enters tapped, but taps for both black or green. And when it enters, we gain 1 life. Because this is doing both, it's going straight in, meaning we now have 16 lands to play around with. So the Avishkar Raceway. Start your engines, max speed, discard a card, draw a card. I don't believe that's good, because it only taps for colorless, and we have a lot of stuff that needs the red and green, the black and green pips. So I'm not using the set mechanic for this one specifically. This is the selection of don't use. So these cards over here, we ended up not going with. This is what we've now got. You could start your engines on turn 1. That's true, but I don't think I have enough max speed payoffs for start your engines to be worth it on turn 1. Now, we've used the land here, which means we have 16 lands remaining. There are 2 important things we now need to know to work out how we're going to split the black and the green lands between the 16 lands that we have. Now, you could just do 8 swamp, 8 forest. There you go, 16 lands straight away. But we're going to find a slightly better variation. I'm going to put all of each coloured symbol onto one side or other. And then what I'm going to do is count up all of the symbols of one colour and all the symbols of another. And whichever colour has more symbols that appear, I will weight the land favour that way. But there's one more step after that, don't you worry. So, let's count the black symbols on the cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 black symbols. Let's count up the green symbols. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. There are 14 green symbols, so we're pretty balanced. What's important now, though, is, are there any cards that I really want to play on turn 1? Like, what's my ideal turn 1? It's probably either the Engine Rat or the Stampeding Scurryfoot, or the Intimidation Tactics. Okay, the Intimidation Tactics, that is the ideal turn 1 play. That's perfect. That's the ideal turn 1 play. That shows me what's in my opponent's hand. That is absolutely great. So we've got slightly more black symbols than we have green symbols, and I've got something that I really want to play on turn 1. So we have 16 lands to play with, and instead of going 8-8, which is balanced, I want to weight it slightly in favour of the black, so we would actually go 9 black, 7 swamp. Is that making sense to everyone in the chat why I would weight it slightly in favour of black? Because 7 forest is still going to be enough to cast this, but it's also going to increase the chance that I get the ones I want. But this is where it gets even more complicated. Our big finisher has 3 green pips, which means if I only put 7 forests, we are reducing the chance of finding... We need some trees, don't we? To be honest, you could probably go with 8 and 8 with this. I really don't think that the maths is going to be that much against us if we just went with 8 and 8. Consider it like this. And my bike taps for green and we have a boy. Think about it like this. This is a really important thing to think of. I'll tell an old story. This is an old military story. Many, many years ago, this wasn't anything I was directly involved with, but it's a story passed down quite often. And I use this whenever I'm trying to organize anything. There was a rumor of, I think it was the Americans, who wanted to build a base on one of the localized islands to the mainland. And there were 2 islands where this base could have realistically functioned. So they spent months, absolutely months, working out which of these 2 islands would be best for the base. Each of them had pros, each of them had cons, and they could not make a decision because there was no clear winner. So they took all this information to one of the commanders who had the authority to make a choice, and they presented him with, reams and reams and reams of paperwork. And only one day later, the commander came out and went, "That one, we're doing that one." And they went, "Okay, yeah, cool, well, fine, we'll do that." And later on that day, it was a much lower ranking member that went up to the commander and kind of asked, "Hey, I don't believe there is a way that you could have read all of the documentation for both of those islands and had made an informed choice in the time that you had." And the commander effectively replied, "No, I didn't. But the fact that enough documentation existed for both of them and the fact that a decision had not been made means that both of them are viable, realistic choices. And all you need is someone to choose one, not to find any more reasons to not choose one. Both of them could work, so just go with one. Because if one of them were definitely better than the other, you would have found it by now." Indecision can often kill creation more than anything else. The best choice you could make is the right choice. The second best choice you can make is the wrong choice. One of the worst choices you can make is not making a choice and just deliberating the entire time and not doing anything. So, could we go with 9-7? Yeah, probably. Could we go with 8-8? Yeah, probably. Could we go with 7-9? Probably don't do that, which means I will go with 8-8 because that's a nice round and easy number. So we would then grab these cards, and our singular dual land. We would slap in 8 swamps, we would slap in 8 forests, and we would have a 40-card draft deck right there ready to go. We've opened all the packs, we've worked out what's good, we've worked out what's not good, we've found the synergy, we've gone with some nice big things, we've gone with some green stompy, we've got some zombies in there. We've completely ignored the sap mechanic of Aetherdrift. We're not about that life. I don't care about vehicles and cars and start your engines. Dinosaurs, zombies, stompy. That's how we win. Play cards, turn them sideways. It's the goblin attitude. Time to go 2-2 in a draft. That's how we do it. That's the plan. That's what I'm going to do. If I was going to a draft, that's how I would do it. So, would I win? Yes. Yeah, straight away. Now remember, if you follow the advice I've given you, you will win. If you lose, it just means your opponent was following my advice better. Whoever follows my advice the best wins. That's all there is to it. Can you both win? In a way, no. One of you can win. That's how competition goes. Could you both lose? Yes. That's, again, just how competition goes. You absolutely could. There could be a draw. No winners. No winners when it's drawn. People used to come up to me and go, "Josh, are you winning?" And I would say there are no winners here. Only losers. So about your cosplay. What will I be cosplaying? Ah, yes. The cosplay. Do you want to see what... In fact, I've got something cool that I can show you. Now the camera is back up to the correct height I have got something very cool. Oh, have Wizards even responded yet? I sent them a message being like, yo, can you check out my stream and see if it's what you want? They haven't even replied. Insulted. That's what I am. Don't laugh at my phone case. This is just how I have my phone. Don't worry about it. Let's see what's going on. Right. Are those Yu-Gi-Oh cards? No, these are Magic the Gathering cards. I've got Yu-Gi-Oh cards. You can't see where I'm pointing. I'll move the camera in a second. What sleeves am I planning to use? I don't know, whatever's cheap and at the shop. Probably, I mean, everywhere sells Ultra Pro, but I tend to go with Dragon Shield, just because they don't break as much. Now, I've actually bought a standing desk. Are you ready to see this desk get a bit lower? You ready? Here we go. Okay, just look at the buttons. Here we go. Everyone hold on. Oh, yeah. That's the good stuff right there. We need the crotch shot. This is what you get. It's right there. See? But what I'm going to do is I'm going to move this up. Oh, yeah. That was very unsettling. It gets worse. Hang around. It gets worse. Just tighten the come up. If I were a professional, I would have set this up before, but I'm not, so I didn't. Full stop. Beautiful. There we are. Got the room going on. We're all ready. Checking you out now. DVD logo's still there. Even twist this slightly. Get in a bit more of the room. Lovely. Okay. This is my room, by the way. Welcome. This is the thing. Hang on. Did you shout apples? So you got to respect the word. Got to respect the safe word. But no. So I've got 2 cosplays that I've got planned. One of them is Dagoth, 3 actually. One is Dagoth from Morrowind. I really want to get the gold mask going on with everything else, dressed up Aetherdrift style, full on Dagoth. Then we've also got classic basic boy Goku. And then what I've been working with, I've got some weights down there on the floor. What I have been working with is I really want to cosplay All Might from My Hero Academia. That's my plan. So I actually bought a weighted vest that I can have. Do you mean Dagoth wearing nothing but mask and a loincloth? You goddamn know it. That's my plan. I've also got some weights down there that I've been pumping some iron with, trying to get hench, trying to get big. But my plan now, doesn't mean you will shave. That's a good point. I don't want to. I'm liking the beard right now. The beard's working. I'm kind of going with that. Beard is doing what it needs to do. So we'll stick with this for the time being. You saw the photos. Hey, the photo, we're getting there. We're getting there. Starting to slowly get swole. But I've bought a standing desk. It's underneath so I can walk. In fact, were any of you not here when I was ominously walking toward you? I feel that I need to do that again. Some of you haven't had the ominous walking treatment. And that's, I feel that you're missing out if you haven't had that. You get the ominous walking treatment ready for you. Because it's a treat, it's a real moment. I feel that we can really bond if we do this together. Got a little walking pad on a really big yoga mat as well. Pull this to the side. I'm underneath the desk now, but don't worry, I'm still here. We can do this together. Never leave you. I'm here, see? Wouldn't leave you. Wouldn't ever make you think you left. We've got a walking pad. It is ridiculously heavy. Oh, we're good. And I dropped 1 card. I dropped the wreck remover. Yeah, we don't need that. Okay. Oh, wow. Camera's nowhere near high enough. Get ready for uppies. That's what you get. That was too high. You didn't deserve that much. Now I do this. Now we get the weights. We get a drink. We got the little controller thing. There you are. And now we walk. Ominously. Imagine joining the stream right now. This is the energy that I'm bringing in general. Now, what's very important is if you are going to play a Magic the Gathering pre-release, first thing you need to do before you even buy packs, before you buy sleeves, before anything else happens, is get the pump. Because if you walk into a Magic the Gathering pre-release, pre-pumped, oh, the psychological damage you will do to your opponent. You sit down, you don't even stop curling. You just keep going. You pick up your library, you curl it. You pick up their library. When they give you their library to cut, you don't cut it. You curl it until you are cut. That's what you need to do. Walk like this into a local gaming store. Yeah, walk straight in. Carrying weights like this and everything. Walk in. That's what you need to do. Keep eye contact through the whole process. You want to really prove your worth, you keep eye contact with someone you're not even playing with. Stare at someone else in the store as you win whatever game you're playing. Then when you've won the game you're playing, then you go and play them. At least I assume that's how it works. If you win enough, you own the gaming store. This looks uncomfortable. Amazingly not. I mean, the actual walking pad has got quite a long track to it. I can actually lunge while walking. Oh yeah. Turn sideways. Do a little crisscross action. If we had two webcams, you could see. Just take my word for it right now. It looks great. Sliding in. Stretchy jeans. Yeah, see, this I've explained before that these are my lunging jeans. Occasionally you need to lunge. Check out the safety on that treadmill. As soon as there's no one on it, it stops. It's got a little weight thing going on. They're lunging, yeah, they're lunging jeans. They're lunging to, what a strange, look. How many people have worn jeans, gone to pick something off the floor and gone, oh no, my jeans don't provide the range of movement that I need. Not me. Something on the floor? Lunge. Get it. Go to wherever you need to. Just to prove a point, put it back on the floor. This is the life that I live. It's a lunging life. This sounds like the shopping channel. I'm not even trying to sell you jeans. Go and buy Magic the Gathering cards. This is overwhelming content. I'm sorry, it is. We'll go back to doing some like shoulder presses with that. In fact, you know what? That's the new. This is the new thing now. Exercise. If you're watching this stream, go and exercise. If you're watching this stream right now, I want you to try and do one press up. It's a rest day. That's fine. Sit on the sofa, rest, go and get some protein. This is my new stream now. Walking while also raising. Hope I'm doing well. Oh, I'm doing something. Is this working? No idea. Do tricep extensions while we walk as well. My God. There we go. Oh, it's all happening now. Last time I checked, you considered playing Magic. They sent you a small box. Have they sent you another? Many. many. Posture check. And my posture's terrible. I'm walking while at the same time doing tricep extensions. Posture's awful. Is this CrossFit? Unfortunately, probably. I don't like that. Is this just a hot tub stream for fitness nerds? Yeah, that's what it is. Do some shrugs. Do some sideways flyers with both. Do not know if the walking pad is meant to be able to take an extra weight like this, but... Oh, God, I'm feeling that now. Feel the burn in the shoulders. This is what we need. Imagine Wizards of the Coast joining in right now. I mean, like, whew, this is it. This is what live stream fail really wants. Do you know what X said about Y when Z when they were playing in OnlyFans? Don't know. Don't care. Do some shoulder lifts. Shut up. There we go. That's what we need. Is this part of Limited? Yeah, that actually is part of Limited. So what happens is, if you lose a Magic the Gathering game, you must just do this. You must now get really ripped. Looks like he's trying to flap his arms and take off. The squeaks are from... You shouldn't be able to hear that, but you might. Every time there's internet drama, do one push-up. You'd be ripped. You'd be Saitama by the end of the day. That's what you'd be. Will I try Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel at some point? Eventually, yeah, without a doubt. Death by push-up. The squeaks are my old joints. My old wizened joints. That's what they are. Right, so what was going on recently? What's been happening, guys? What's up with you? Come on. I've told you about me. You tell me about you. What's going on? Look, we all love internet drama. We all do. But at some point, you need to say, right, for my own mental health, I don't care. I tweeted out a few days ago that basically OnlyFans is just Jersey Shore for terminally online people. That's what it is. It's drama made at the cost of interpersonal relationships. And let's be fair, who could have seen it coming? Who knew that when you put a load of people used to the spotlight, used to the attention, in a guild together, they will all compete to get the most attention? No one knew. We have never, ever put a group of content creators together before. We just didn't know what was going to happen. I mean, I would have joined, but I was out of mana. What do you expect me to do? Am I interested in your upcoming MMO? You can send me a message and I'll just put it with all the other messages of all the other hundreds of people making an MMORPG. Maybe one day someone will make one. Can I even play WoW? Sure, I can try. But I'm not going to, because of the hypocritical nature of the temporal, ephemeral aspect of the internet, and how a couple of years ago everyone was against Blizzard. But, as Asmongold once said, Blizzard are only ever one cinematic away from drawing everyone back. And this again highlights the ephemeral nature and the hypocritical nature of outrage, because remember when absolutely everyone was outraged at how Blizzard treated Blitzchung. How everyone was outraged at how the company had done this and the company had done that, and they were going to just boycott it until things changed. And then things didn't change. People just got bored of boycotting and went back to playing their game. Someone even sent me a message saying, "Hey Josh, why don't you put your principles away and just play Warcraft?" And I said, because at this point, I just don't care about the game. It doesn't interest me. It's not a subculture that I'm part of. It's not a subculture that I'm particularly interested in. And that's why I think the hypocritical nature of internet drama dulls people's kind of appreciation for long-term commitment to anything. They moved on from disliking something because they liked it enough no matter what it did wrong, they would still like it. I just never moved on to liking it. That's pretty much all it was. That's why I find the nature of mob mentality to be in itself hypocritical, because it works on what you must hate this week, what you must stand for this week, what you must be passionate about this week, because it's just surface level passion. It's never about a deep, personal, actual connection, a longing, an understanding. It's never about a desire or a goal. It's about being seen to be in the right mob. And then when the mob moves on and hates something else, or when the mob moves on and is passionate about something else, you move on and be passionate with them. Because if you stay behind and continue to be passionate about whatever the popular thing was 6 months ago, you look weird. They're like, why are you still caring about that? That was ages ago. We don't care about that anymore. We've moved on. We care about this now. That's pretty much what it was. The DVD logo just hit the corner as well, by the way. Do I have one of those floaty DVD symbols? Yeah, sure. There you go. I know most of you aren't really bothered about the actual stream. You just like looking at that every now and again. And what'll happen is, and this is true, what will happen is the audience will consume the drama and the content that is created by whatever the internet drama is, and then they will move on and consume something different. But the individuals who were involved in the creation of the drama, whether it be genuine or manufactured, will still become tired out and jaded because of it. It still has an emotional effect on the people that create it, because if it didn't have an emotional effect on them, you'd be a complete sociopath. It is difficult to maintain the illusion of aloofness and disconnect from reality when it's affecting you personally, deeply on a day-to-day level. And this is one of the reasons that I try to not get involved in it, because I get connected to it, and that would burn me out. I know that would burn me out. And it would burn you out. Have anyone in the chat, have any of you ever been, and this is really weird, when you watch a drama unfold from a distance, that was nearly a corner DVD, when you watch a drama unfold from a distance, there's this almost divorced reality where you get to enjoy the fun of the drama with none of the personal destruction that comes with being involved in that. But have you ever been involved in drama that other people have been watching and noticed how damaging it is to your own psyche, to your own mental health? Have you ever been directly involved in a situation that other people have observed and taken a step back and gone, God damn, to them this is just a temporary drama that won't matter in a few days' time. But to me, it's actually quite damaging. It's actually quite painful, mentally or physically. Happens all the time. High school drama, when you're involved in it, is the most important thing in the world. High school drama, when you're watching it, is the saddest thing in the world to watch. You just don't care. And that's because for those kids in high school, it actually is literally the worst thing that's ever happened to them. That's what it is. Have you ever, if you have kids, you'll probably understand, have you ever had your child, or a child, tell you about a drama that is happening, and to them, oh my God, it's the most important thing in the world? You tend to find this with smaller online communities, fandoms, if you will. Used to be quite popular back when forums were really big, and you'd you'd find people that were deeply entrenched, deeply enfranchised. And to them, this drama, nothing in the world bigger. They're shocked more people don't care. It is the drama. And then you take a step back and you're like, actually, this is completely irrelevant. I don't care. Why do you now own a desk treadmill and a second monitor? Obviously, my sales tactics are doing well. Next thing you need to buy, some small dumbbells. And while you're walking, I just want some curls. You do hammer curls with your fists up this way. Your basic bicep curls. Use some shoulder raisers as we go. And try and time it with your steps, make sure you don't fall over. All drama is mostly irrelevant and just burns out. It's why I like making videos reviewing old video games. Pretty much it. Work-related drama is one of the worst ones as well. Have any of you left high school, gone into the work world, and realized, oh my god, this is worse? I did. I've had jobs where I look around and I'm like, have you guys just not grown up? Genuinely, that's what it is. Oh, you've even got, I mean, people, when we started the stream, someone jumped in and went, how do you feel about the Path of Exile drama? Path of Exile 1 is dying! No, it's not. It's just falling behind for a bit. That's all. It is falling behind for a bit. People have a very limited attention span. They will intensely focus on something that affects them for a bit. Then they'll move on and do something else. Always happens, every time. I've had people, friends of mine that were involved in drama, who were getting cancelled, come to me and be like, Josh, what do I do? I'm like, just write it out. People will forget in like 2 months. That's it. That's all it is. My thoughts on the Age of Empires 3 cancelled DLC drama. Don't care. Sorry. Your current job is with young folks and they act like they're still in high school. Oh god, yeah, people do. Some people get older but do not grow up. Guaranteed. Right. It is 10 to 8. I've been streaming for the last... should be a number somewhere. 4 hours. So, I am going to go and hit the gym properly. You guys do not get to see the DVD logo hit the corner. I wish you the best of luck if you join any of the Magic the Gathering Aetherspark pre-releases over the following week or the next weekend, especially if you go to any kind of drafts or limited building. Build with whatever I've shown you. Take the advice that's useful, ignore the advice that's not, and go and get some good cards from winning. I've just got here. Kessie, that's on you. All right, I've told you the rhyme. Remember, I stream at 7 o'clock on Saturdays, when I can be there, and 4 o'clock on Sundays. And if you get those times, just remember the rhyme. Saturdays at 7, Sundays at 4. Take care. Good night, and God bless.